maybe get some good conversation going.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final day of Host Week 2025. It is very bittersweet for sure. I am Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews. Back, Shayna is, if you're wondering where my partner in crime is, she is in the air right now. She's at the airport, headed back to Toronto. So it is just going to be me today, but I am so excited to introduce you to our final Coffee Spot Speaker of the Week. We have Robert from Incentive Connection Travel, who, if you tuned in on Tuesday, you would have seen him doing his Host Week interview, which we will link to in the comments for those wanting to watch that. And if you did miss his session or any of the other sessions this week, Coffee Spots, Host Week interviews, EDUSPOTS, any of those, you can make your way over to our YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe, by the way, and then head on over to our Host Week playlist where you can access all of the recordings for this Host Week and prior ones with handy bookmarks in the description so you can go directly to what you are looking for. And as a reminder, we have been doing giveaways every Coffee Spot session. So each day we give away 15 Starbucks gift cards to some lucky winners that are in attendance. So today you have a chance to win. Details on how to win will be given at the very end of the Coffee Spot. So make sure to stick around so that you can be entered to win. And now, without further ado, I'm going to say, we're going to do Q&As along the way, which I love because it makes it a lot more interactive. So please ask any of your questions for Robert in the comments, and then I am going to pop in and scare him and then ask them for you. So without further ado, Robert, I'm going to hand the reins over to you for our final coffee spot of the week. Hello.
Hi, Steph. How are you doing?
Good. I'm very excited to scare you and to hear what you have to say.
I'm excited to be scared as well. This format is entirely new to me. I'm usually talking to agents on a one-on-one, so I might flub up a little bit, but everybody will forgive me, I'm sure. Especially
They
when
will
you join us and
scare
get to
you.
know me. So we will move
Perfect.
on.
All right, let's get your slides up on the screen, and then I'm going to head to the back, but I will pop in as questions come in.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so today we're going to go through a little bit of the background. I'll try not to bore you too much about the history of incentive connection travel and our mission. Talk about what sets us apart from my competitors. A little bit about the toolkit and our business plan, commissions, what's coming up, and then we're just going to wrap up with any final questions and a little bit more information. So we did start in 1992. We started as a very small agency, local only. My first office was 300 square feet. We had a couple of employees, but it's mostly myself and the random agents that came into it to work the business. Prior to that, my parents actually started in the travel business in 1979. They moved to Arizona. Of course, I came along with them. I was about 10 years old when this happened. And they started their first travel agency called Incentive Connection Travel. I'm sorry, not Incentive Connection Travel, that's my company. Travel Place. And if anybody here knows Phoenix, if you remember where the old Dreamy Draw used to be and where Dreamy Draw Park is right now, that's approximately where the old agency was. So they owned their agency, but they were tired of waiting for business to come in. And the agents that they did have basically just sat at the desks waiting for the business. They had somebody come into their office and say, hey, I want to be a travel agent. But I don't really want a 9-to-5 job. I want to work from my home. So they said, okay, well, we can try it out. We'll set you up as an independent contractor and we'll see how it goes. This woman brought in a lot of business to them, more business than the actual agents sitting at the desk in the regular travel agency goes. So they decided maybe we can accumulate a few more independent contractors, and maybe we can have a side offshoot of the business dealing with home-based agents versus the employees. Of course, dealing with the home-based agents, they didn't have to pay the payroll taxes. They didn't have to pay any of the good things that come along with being an employee. Steph, I can't tell if you have a question for me or if you're or if you're waving at me.
I'm so sorry. So this is super awkward because Louise told me behind the screens to raise my hand if I had a question for you. But unfortunately, I have this new camera that also it starts moving when I give it hand signals. And so I was trying to get it to move back and it looks like I'm raising my hand. But there was a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'll ask it.
Go ahead.
Someone is wondering what your favorite drink is to start off the day.
Oh, my favorite drink? We're talking about an alcoholic drink. We're talking about a Manhattan or even a what's the opposite of a Manhattan? It's a I can't think of what it's called now. But a Manhattan would be my favorite drink.
Perfect. I love it. Okay. So I'll go back off the screen. Sorry to interrupt with my
not a problem at all.
camera.
This is basically how I run my meetings at my office anyways. When we do have meetings, I don't really like waiting to the end. I think people lose their train of thought. When we're on a topic, it's easier to answer the questions as we're going along. So interrupt me anytime you like.
Perfect. I'll work something out with Luis on the back end. So when my camera moves, I'm not disrupting.
Not a problem at all. Okay. So anyways, going back to the history. So my folks owned their agency for about, I guess it must have been about 15 years. And it became a good business for him. He retired. But my dad, being my dad, and since I'm genetically related to him, I know this is going to be the same for me. He was a terrible retiree. He wanted to do something else, but he did not want to be the main thrust of whatever he decided to do. So he decided that maybe we can start a new business solely dedicated to independent contractors. Not to sell travel, not to look for walk-in business, but for independent travel advisors to have a place where they can sell travel, get their documents, earn the commission, and earn a hefty amount. So he came to me. I was going for my MBA, and he proposed the idea to me, and I'm like, okay, well, we can try it out. It wasn't really in the back of my mind to be the owner of a travel agency, but could be interesting. I did work in their business as I got older. If you guys remember handwriting airline tickets, or if you remember having to those huge spreadsheets for the Airline Reporting Corporation. I still can't tell what you're doing, Steph. Is that for me or not?
No, just ignore me, Robert, in the
Okay.
background. Just ignore me.
I used to help the manager in the office with all these various things. So I did have a little bit of background. So in 1992, we did form Incentive Connection Travel. And our business policy is still the same as it always has been. We don't sell travel outside of our office. We don't look for walk-in business. We only are dedicated to independent contractors. We are a true host agency. We're not a hybrid. And a hybrid is, of course, is an agency that does both. They have the walk-in traffic and they have the independent contractors. So part of our business plan also was that we did not want to nickel and dime the agents to death. To join us, you pay $195 for the year. For the $195, you get everything you need to run your business. No questions. We never wanted to make a profit off of the fees that we charge the agents. You'll notice that if you do get any of our if you get the programs that have upgrades, you'll notice that the cost of the upgrade is very small. We charge you what we get charged by the vendor. And of course, that being an independent contractor, you run your own business. This is a part of doing business. But when you join us, you get everything you need to run your business. Also, since we don't make money off of the extras that you could buy into, this gives us the incentives to help you, of course, being Incentive Connection Travel, to push your business as far as it can, so that when you make a profit, we make a profit. Now, we do have lots of awards at my office. We're in the President's Circle with travel leaders. We're Diamond level with Delta Vacations. We're Emerald Elite with Apple Leisure Group. We are a top vendor with most of the suppliers that we sell, and which of course are going to be most of the suppliers you're going to want to sell. The cruise lines, we're tops. We've capped out our commission levels with Royal Caribbean and Princess. We're near the top with almost every other cruise line you can imagine.
All right, so I've got a couple questions for you, Robert, that came in.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, well, first of all, Abby's behind the scene saying about my big goofs, like, this is hilarious. But
Hey, this is no different than when I do have my own meetings.
well, we have someone wondering if you can, and maybe you're going to get into this later, but wondering, Shalene is wondering if you can talk a little bit about how your LEAD program works.
We will. We're going to talk about the LEAD program a little bit later. I don't know if you have a way of just marking that so that we can ask. So if I don't cover it, you can ask it again.
I've got it in my mind, and then
Okay, great.
someone else is asking what exactly is included in the $195, and if we can get to that later too, just let me know.
Sure. So we do. Give you a CRM. We give you the access to all the booking engines that you need. You give us actually, I'm probably going to be covering this again later on, but now that I think about it, but the lead generator is free. We have free marketing available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Access to us 7 days a week. I think I probably need something more specific as far as what somebody is looking for in order to let you know if it's included, but
Yeah, there's lots of questions in here, but I think I might wait down on a couple of these until we dive into them, unless you want me to go over them, because we're talking about commission split fees.
oh, we're going to be talking about stuff.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's what I figured. So
yeah, all that
we
stuff
do
we're going to
see
be
your
talking about as we go
questions.
on.
We do see the questions. There is one wondering where you got your MBA from. Very impressive, by the way, Robert.
Well, thank you. Grand Canyon University.
Awesome, awesome.
If you know where Arizona, where Glendale is in it's
Yeah.
a suburb of Phoenix, that's where Grand Canyon University is.
Cool. This one actually is kind of applicable because we're talking about what's included in the fee. Is E&O insurance included? And then with seller of travel registrations, do you offer those to your advisors? Can they use them?
So yes, E&O is included. We are registered with all the states that require us to be registered with the seller of travel programs. Recommendation by me, for instance, California.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be advertising as Incentive Connection Travel. You're going to be advertising as your own company. Yeah, we're really behind this. We're behind the scene partners, basically, is what it comes down to. So even though we will have you listed on the seller of travel listing for California, if you're going to advertise with your own company name, we do recommend that you get your own seller of travel number.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And then one last one, I think that'll fit in here nicely, is can you break down percentage-wise what kind of the sectors of your sales are? For instance, cruises, FITs, luxury, corporate.
Okay, I don't have a specific breakdown on me right now. I would have to get that for you. But as far as we're about 60% cruise, about 30% tour, which is mostly FITs. And then the rest is individual hotels, cars, theater tickets, airline tickets, things like that.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to turn it back to you. Wow, there's a lot of questions coming in here, Robert. You better be ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, so how do we differ from our competitors? So you only pay $195 per year to be a member of our agency. For the $195, like I said, you get everything that you need to run your business. The fees don't increase as your commissions increase. And I'll go over the commission levels later on. We do have a hands-on approach for hosting. For instance, you can contact the office anytime you like and talk to myself, or my two sisters about your business. We will not tell you how to run your business. We will not we only require that you work legally and ethically. Of course, we are here to float ideas. We're here to discuss your business plan, whatever you like. we're here for you. We allow you to book all suppliers, not just our preferred suppliers. We do allow you to book all of our suppliers without restriction. And we also don't penalize you if you book outside of our preferred supplier list. We do understand that sometimes you cannot satisfy your clients based on our preferred suppliers, and you do have to go elsewhere. That's not a problem. As long as you understand that the non-preferreds may not be vetted by our agents or be vetted by us, and we certainly probably won't get top commissions with them, you're welcome to book anyone you like. We do have 7-day support, including on holidays. 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, Arizona time, which of course we can get into later on because Arizona is unique. You can call the office or email us. After hours until 9 o'clock Arizona time, you can email us. We will call you back if it's something that is a problem and we need to discuss. But otherwise, you will get a response from us every day until 9 o'clock Arizona time. We don't have quotas for you. We have agents that book 5 bookings a year. We have agents that book 1,000 bookings a year. Your membership with us is not reliant on how much business you give to us. Your commission levels will be, but working with us, it doesn't matter. And also, some of my competitors don't offer a GDS to their agents. We do offer Sabre. If you're a new agent in the industry, we don't recommend you take it because it is difficult to learn, but it is available to you if you think you need it. Any questions, Steph, that you think might be applicable?
There are a lot. So there is one that might be kind of applicable when we were talking about seller of travel registrations. So Talent to Travel is asking, doesn't IC need a travel trust account for holding clients' money with their seller of travel?
Yes. So the rule is, unless the rule has changed recently, that so most of the time when you take a payment from a client, you're going to take a credit card. You're not holding the money. We're not holding the money. The credit card number is being given directly to the supplier. In California, if you are taking cash, you do have to have a trust account. Now, I can't remember last time any of my agents have told me that they needed to take cash from a client.
Mm-hmm.
But it does happen every once in a while. If you will be taking cash from a client, you do need a trust account. We do have a trust account that we never use because it's required by me for a seller of travel in California. So does that?
Yeah, I think that answers it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know of very many advisors that have the trust account just because a lot of them aren't handling the client's money. It's going through the supplier. So, and then I think you'll probably get into this, but Gail is asking, what is your training for brand new travel advisors?
Okay, we'll be discussing training later on.
Perfect.
So we'll get into that.
Okay. Yeah, let's let you keep going then, because we've got a lot, but I think you're going to get into some of these soon.
Okay, great.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I lied. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one that says, Irma is asking, do you have to sell a certain amount in order to access the leads in the FAM trips?
So leads, we don't have, there's no requirement to sell a certain amount of business. As far as the FAM trips, since most of them are offered by the suppliers, it is up to their rules. Mm-hmm. Some of them require the ITAN card. Some of them will require, and for the ITAN card, if you don't know, it does require that you sell or that you be paid at least $5,000 in commission in a 12-month period.
Yep.
At that point, you get your ITAN ID card. It is a picture ID, and then you're welcome to go on any FAM trip that you like. And you do have to do that same business every year. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they just require a letter from me saying, hey, you are an agent of Incentive Connection Travel, and I'm authorizing you to be able to go on the FAM trip. So Perfect. It really is the rules of the supplier that make the difference.
Yes, and we'll link to our article on fam trips that those that aren't familiar, but a quick question tying into this that maybe you can explain. So
Mhm.
Lane is asking, do agents operate under your IATA number as well? And that can be a
Yes.
little bit confusing when people see IATA, CLIA, and that host agencies have multiple. So maybe can you chat on that really quick?
So we do have an ARC number, a CLIA number, and an IATA number. All three are the same, thank goodness.
Yes.
So, so that makes life a little bit easier. So yes, you will be operating under IATA, under our IATA numbers. So when you're interacting with our suppliers, you're an agent of incentive connection travel. When you're interacting with your clients, you're whatever your agency name is. Toes in the Sand Travel, Travel Place, Incentive. You wouldn't be Incentive Connection Travel, but you would be running your business with your clients with your business name, your address, your phone number.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to you for real this time.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, so what do we give to you? So this is actually just a very short list. And I'm talking about a very short list of all the various programs that we do offer to the agents. Now, these are all free. So we do offer a CRM, client management system, called Clientease. We do pay the fee for everybody to use it. It's basically you're keeping track of your clients, your bookings, and your commissions. And we do pay the commissions from Clientease. Snap is an air, hotel, and car booking engine. I only list this because this is just one of many that we offer. We also offer VAX, Delta Vacations. We offer lots and lots of systems that you're able to use, and everybody has their preferences. Cruise Complete, which is a cruise booking engine, has most of the cruise lines in there, both river and ocean. Let's see, we have Travel Minds, which is for social media marketing. They have images and postings that you can use for your social media marketing. They also have programs that you can buy into to have somebody else do the social media marketing if you so choose to do it that way. Got to move the pictures real quick. Oh, okay. So we went over that booking engines for all the suppliers. We do have them all. We do buy into the hotel and cruise amenities program through Travel Leaders. So through the hotel amenities program, you can offer your clients upgrades, you got free breakfast in the morning, transfers to and from the airport. Every hotel, as part of this program, has different amenities that you can offer your clients. Usually, it's sometimes even hotel credits. Now, the cruise amenity program, on the other hand, is similar. You can offer your clients extra onboard credit. Sometimes there's tours involved. Sometimes there's cocktail parties for your clients on the cruises that you can sell. We buy into both these programs for you to use free of charge. The leads generator also is free. You don't really get enough leads to run a business, but you certainly get enough leads to enhance your business. And then there is marketing programs available. We do buy into the Travel Leaders email marketing program for everybody to use for free. They do also have a mail marketing program you can buy into for a very small fee. Now, you had a question regarding the leads generator. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, so there's a couple on the leads generator. There are so many questions here, Robert. And also, if we don't get to your questions, please know you can always ask them on ITC's or ICT's profile under their questions tab. So let's see. Okay, so we talked a little bit about how the leads programs work. Someone was wondering, let's see. When you say lead generation, Sarah is wondering, how do you divide and assign the leads to advisors?
So this is actually a program through Travel Leaders as well. You have to complete a profile completely. Okay, and it's really not up to us to divide out the, well, we'll go into something a little bit different after I discuss this. The, so basically, they have a consumer page. They're not selling travel through the consumer page. It's strictly mostly for the lead generators. Clients go to the page, they search the page for agents that have certain qualifications that they're looking for. For instance, certain specialties. Do they sell a lot of cruises? Do you sell a lot of tours? Whatever it is, and the client will contact you directly through their system. So it's really nothing that anybody is dividing out the leads. It's more about the clients looking for people who they think would fit their needs best.
That's a great way to describe it. And then when we were going over your tools page, so Gail is asking, since these weren't included on there, do you provide software like Travify, TravelJoy for web building, itinerary making, the marketing?
We do offer them at a discounted rate.
Oh, perfect.
Yes. So yes, we do offer those various programs.
Awesome. Okay, so I think that was all the leads questions, but this might be, Jennifer is saying, with Sabre, if someone loves the blue screen and wants to become fluent in Sabre, is there someone hand-holding to make sure that I don't make any mistakes?
So if you decide to take Sabre and you're unsure how to use it, now you're welcome to contact us at the office. We're happy to look at the reservation for you to see if we see anything obvious. Now, things like wrong dates or name misspellings, we would never catch something like that.
Yep.
But we can take a look at the reservation that you've created, and certainly we can look for anything obvious that we would see that could be a problem.
Perfect. Excellent. All right. I think that's all we've got for now. So let's keep moving along.
Okay, moving on. So everybody's interested in how much money they can make. So I want to stress one thing, and this again goes to us not nickel and diming our agents to death. We pay our commissions on the base amount, which is almost always 10%, and the overrides that we receive from the suppliers. And we'll talk about that a little bit more detail, I think, on the next slide. So you get different commission rates based on how much business you produce in a year. Everybody starts at 70%. If you give us $200,000 in commissionable sales in the calendar year, we'll move you up to 75%. $250,000 in the calendar year, we'll move you up to 80%. $500,000 in the calendar year, we'll move you up to 85%. And if you give us over $1 million in sales, we'll give you 90% of the commission. And again, that includes on the overrides we receive. Now, for those of you who don't understand what an override is, an agency makes its overrides based on the amount of business it gives the supplier. And let me go to the next slide. Yes, there it is. Okay. For instance, Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines, we make 16% commission. We have capped out our commission levels with Royal Caribbean. Okay. The average agency makes 10% commission. If you and when we see a contract from the various suppliers, it always breaks out. This is the amount of the commission, this is the amount of the override. We actually call it one thing, commission. So the average agency makes 10% commission. On a $1,000 Royal Caribbean booking, the agency will make $100. With your split at 70%, you'll make $70. Now, with our commission split with Royal Caribbean, and this is the same with almost every supplier that we sell, we get 16%. ICT will make $160. You make $112. You're making much more than the average agency makes based on the 10% level.
Quick question for you here. Oh shoot, where did it go? So does that commission scale start over each calendar year? Cindy is wondering. Is it always 70% in January, or do you just have to achieve it once, or do you have to keep doing it every year?
So as soon as you hit the whatever commission level you're at, you usually stay there. Usually don't backslide. If you happen to backslide, which happens every once in a while, we will give you a year grace period
Oh,
to
nice.
bring it back up. If you can't, then we'll move you to whichever commission level is applicable at the time. But you know, we understand. I mean, during COVID, we sold $1.5 million in a year, and that's a fraction of what we would sell on a normal year. All of our suppliers understood what was going on, and we didn't lose anything over it. We certainly don't want to penalize you if something happens in your life that makes you backslide a little bit.
That's
So,
really unusual. I don't hear that very often, that grace period. So that's really neat for those that are tuning in.
you know what? We want to be fair. So sometimes being fair is doing things that are not normal. And this is a family business, and we do treat our agents as families. So this is all part of being a family, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And I also, by the way, did not know your sisters also worked with you. That's really cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. My folks too.
That's amazing. Love it. You're
It is
getting a lot of love in the comments here.
It is a family business. So how do you join Incentive Connection? We require 3 things. We have the independent contractors agreement. It has a year contract on it, but it renews every year automatically. We only have a time frame in there because the IRS requires us to have a time frame in there. You need a support package application. This is the $195 fee I discussed with you earlier. And we want a notarized copy of your driver's license or state ID. Now, want to stress, we're not doing a financial check on you. We certainly don't want to ding anybody's credit. What we're looking for is basically criminals who want to join us. So we do a criminal background check. That's all it's for. Okay, so everybody wants to meet us. Everybody wants to meet your fellow agents. Everybody wants to have fun. Everybody wants to have education. So we do use the EDGE convention, the Travel Leaders Yearly Convention, as a, we'll call it a socializing point for the ICT agents. We usually have about 20 people that come. I usually host a dinner the night before the convention starts for all the agents who have come to the convention. Then we eat together at all the meals. And during the day for the different events, everybody splits up and does whatever they'd like to do. It's usually a lot of fun. This year it's going to be in Las Vegas. I think it's June 8th through the 13th at Caesar's Palace. So I will be there. My sister Karen will be there. And I'm expecting also the same, about 20 agents that will be there. We also have coming up 2 mini conventions. One, we're going to be on the Royal Caribbean Navigator of the Seas, November 3rd through the 3rd, 4th, 5th, through the 7th. We will have some of our preferred suppliers on board, and of course, a lot of agents. I'm doing Royal Caribbean is hosting a lunch at their Italian restaurant, and I'm hosting a dinner at the steak restaurant. I usually put together also a hotel for everybody to stay at if anybody's interested in something like that. And I do also usually host a dinner the night before that starts. Then December 8th through the, oops, I did something wrong. Oh, got to go back. Sorry. Okay, then out of Fort Lauderdale, on December 8th through the 13th, we will also be having a mini convention on the Celebrity Summit to the Caribbean. Again, preferred suppliers will be there. A bunch of agents will be on board. This time you're going to be with me and my other sister, Heidi. Oh, and Karen's going to be on the Royal Caribbean cruise, and my wife will also probably be on the Royal Caribbean cruise. Same thing. Probably host a dinner the night before the cruise starts. I'll set up a hotel for the agents to stay at so they don't have to think about where they're going to stay for the cruise. I usually also set up the transportation for everybody to get from the hotel to the cruise pier. I don't know what else I can tell you about that, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, I enjoy being with the agents. The agents enjoy being with each other. The agents enjoy meeting us, especially for those who haven't. I mean, there'll also be the agents who have known us for years who are actually very friendly with us. So it'll be you would enjoy it. Okay. With so much that we've been talking about, we've talked about the hands-on support. We've talked about our affiliations, ARC, ASTA, CLIA, and IATAN. We talked about the commission splits. So there's really nothing more to go over on this one.
Well,
Okay, so
you know
let's talk
what,
about
Robert, we've got a bunch of questions for you too. Do you want to go over this?
Might as well go over the questions then, since I'm basically into the fun stuff.
Perfect. All right, hold on. Let me pull them up. So let's see. Mindy's asking, are there any commission adjustments for personal sales, like a lower commission level if it's your personal sales?
Oh, that makes a good point, because I know some of my competitors don't even allow you to earn commission on your own personal sales. You're a client like everybody else. You're going to earn the same commission on your own bookings that you're going to get if somebody else was your client. I don't really understand the idea of why for your personal bookings they would not pay you the regular commission. So no, you do get the regular commission on anything you book for yourself.
Perfect. Jennifer is also asking if your advisors are invited over for Christmas and Thanksgiving, as a joke.
If you're in town, I'd be happy to invite you. Thanksgiving's usually at my house. Christmas usually goes around at different places. But yes, if you're in town, I'd be happy to invite you.
Well, we've got some logistic questions here. So someone is asking, can you sign up as a doing business as if you do not currently have a registered business name, but you're in the process of getting it? Or is it best to wait until they have their LLC established before signing on?
You're welcome to join us without a business name.
Perfect.
And then you just let us know what it is when you join us, or after you join us. It's just a matter of sending us an email saying, "Hey, I finally have a business name. Here it is."
Perfect. Sarah is wondering, you mentioned agents don't advertise your company with their business, and they're wondering if you would advise new advisors or advisors on how to create their own business and what type, what niche is going to be a good fit for them.
Okay, so what I usually tell a new agent is don't pick a niche unless you think you can really have the clients that support it. Really, what I think you need to do is sell everything. And then from that, you can pick a niche. You know, if you let's say you're selling to your clients and you see you have a lot of clients who are going to Europe. Niche in Europe then. You know, if you have a lot of clients that are into health and wellness, and you feel like you can run a business on health and wellness, then start niching in that. A lot of people have a niche, but then they sell everything else on the side as well, because sometimes a niche cannot support a business.
Yeah.
But I would say sell everything and then pick your niche.
Perfect. We have two questions, one from Lane and one from Sarah. So they kind of fit in together. One is, do you allow advisors to charge service fees and planning fees? And then Sarah asked a follow-up question. She'd love to get a gauge on what you advise newer advisors to charge when it comes to planning fees.
Okay. So as far as I'm sorry, go with the first one. What was the first one again?
So the first one is, do you allow advisors to charge service fees and
Yes, we
planning
do.
fees?
You can
Perfect.
charge a service fee on anything you that you sell. As a matter of fact, a lot of our suppliers allow you to add a service fee onto the booking, and then it becomes one seamless price for your clients.
Nice.
We do have ways that we can do it for you. It would be a separate charge, but we can do that for you as well. As far as the how much of a planning fee to charge, that really is something that's personal to you, and not knowing even what your clients would bear, I couldn't even advise you on how to do that. Now, we do have agents that, depending on the booking, charge $25 per booking for a fee for domestic, and then maybe $50 international or $100 international. Really, it's whatever your clients will bear is what you should charge. You also
Mhm.
don't want to charge so much that they're going to go to the agency down the road. So
Yep.
it's hard for me to tell you that.
Yeah, we'll drop what might be helpful. We'll drop our link to our article on a travel agent's guide to charging fees, which gives you some parameters on what people are charging that can make
Okay.
you feel a little bit more comfortable. But we do have someone that asked for the service fees or the planning fees. Does the commission split apply to that as well?
It does apply to the planning fees, yes.
Perfect. And then we have Jennifer asking, what about someone interested in becoming a subagent of someone else because they're going to be a little bit slower to get started?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because yes, we have quite a few agents that have their own sub-agents. Now, I just want to make sure everybody understands that we're not into the MLM. We're not,
Correct. You wouldn't be on here, Robert, if you were.
okay, good. So, to have an agent under you or an agent working with you, they do have to be part of our E&O insurance, but we only charge $150 for the additional people. So the $150 would apply to any partners that you have that are selling travel, and any independent contractors that you take on to sell travel. Because obviously all the business is going to go through us, and we have all the liability on it. So $195 for the main agent, $150 for each sub-agent or associate.
Perfect. If they wanted to find a lead agent to go underneath and kind of have them as a mentor, maybe, do you do that pairing as well?
I haven't, but I could.
I love the flexibility.
I have agents who are more than happy to help out, especially with new agents, because they do also understand that when you become successful, ICT becomes successful, and overall they become successful.
Mhm.
So yes, I have agents who would take somebody on like that.
Excellent. Do you have a recommendation, Sarah is asking, for if people should open up an LLC to start or a sole proprietorship?
My recommendation is go to your accountant,
Mhm.
because the tax ramifications are going to be different for each. And I wouldn't want to advise you and then you have an adverse reaction to what I tell you. So I would say go to your accountant for that.
Yeah, they're going to know your situation best.
Exactly.
Gail is wondering if you can talk a little bit more about your training for brand new advisors.
Okay, so training for brand new advisors. So we have actually quite a few areas that you can. So Travel Leaders has training programs available. They have new agent training programs. Then they also have specialties that you can train on. So our recommendation is go there. For us, we do lots of training through our suppliers. We do weekly Zoom meetings with a supplier. And next week, for instance, is a good example. We have a Zoom meeting every day with a different supplier. So what we do is the supplier comes on, discusses what they want to discuss for 20 minutes to half an hour. They rarely go on longer than that because I ask them not to. They drop off, and then any agents who are on discuss business for the rest of 20 minutes, half an hour. Sometimes it's gone on an hour past when the supplier drops off. So that's not really training, but it's good to hear what other agents have to say.
That's definitely training. Yeah.
We also have monthly new agent meetings. where I might discuss something that's important for a new agent to learn or to understand. And then we discuss business for the rest of an hour. I mean, I've gone on to 2.5 hours with those. I stay on with you and we just discuss whatever it is that's going through your mind. The one thing about new agents, especially new agents in the industry, is they're embarrassed to ask those questions. So our new agent meetings is the safe place for that. I mean, all of our meetings are safe places for that. But more specifically, you're in a group of new agents asking those questions. Everybody has the same interest. Everybody might have the same question, maybe not. Sometimes there's a question that other agents may not have thought about. So these are things that we do to help you move forward. And of course, if you have a hurdle that you can't get over and you don't want to be asked the question on the meeting, just contact our office and we're happy to talk to you about it.
Perfect. Well, okay, so we're getting a little close to time. I know there are a lot of questions still out there. So again, if we don't get to them, you can always ask them on ICT's profile, which we'll link to in the comments. There's a question and answer tab where you can copy and paste your comment
I
in
also
there.
want to add to that if you call the office, I'm happy to spend as much time on the phone with you as necessary. If you would rather have a Zoom meeting, I'm happy to set up that up as well to have these one-on-one conversations.
Perfect. Well, let's have you go through the rest of your slides and go over the promotions just so we have enough time. And if we have enough time, I'll ask one more question.
Not a problem. So the promotion for the host week is we will pick up the $195 fee for you for the first year as long as you register with us by February 28th. But we do have a coffee chat promotion going on as well. Thank you for coming on and listening to me jabber on. So if you join us by February 28th and you're able to come on one of our 2 convention cruises, I will pick up the deposit for you.
That's very nice, Robert.
Thank you.
That's very exciting. That's fantastic. Perfect. Well, let's see. We have time for one more question. And this one I think should be pretty straightforward. So Alyssa is wondering, do you have interline rates for like airline employees?
Some suppliers do it, some don't. Yes, I could say yes, we do. Off the top of my mind, which ones do, I couldn't tell you. I know some of the cruise lines do it as well. Yeah, it's
well, maybe if Alyssa were to like post that on your Q&A tab, would you be able to write back with which cruise lines you have access to the rates for?
sure. I would actually have to ask them.
Perfect.
Ask each cruise line, but I'm happy to do it.
Excellent. So let's do that, Alyssa. And if you don't know what an interline cruise line or interline rates are, we'll also link to our article about interline rates so you can learn a little bit more about them. It's very niche. Well, I think that wraps things up for us, Robert. We have lots of love and questions for you in the comments. So if you get a chance after you jump off, if you want to go into the live feed and say hi, we have Gail saying ICT is in my top 3 now. Someone else, my mind is blown. Really loving your deals. So
Well,
yeah,
you.
go in there. You're going to love it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Robert. And
Well,
what we're going
and I
to
appreciate you fielding the questions for me. Thank you.
and you appreciated me like waving to you and distracting you in the beginning, I'm sure too. Well, thanks so much for coming on. What we're going to do now is pop up the QR code to be registered into that drawing for the gift cards. We're giving away 15 Starbucks gift cards for those of you that have tuned in and watched the ICT presentation. So don't forget to register. And again, if you didn't get your questions answered, you can ask them on ITC's profile under the Q&A tab, or you can send a message, or you can, of course, just give them a call because Robert is happy to chat with you. So
I am happy to chat with you. Yes.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you. I appreciate it. And this has been a great week.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of it.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so we are going to pop up that QR code for those of you that are interested in winning that Starbucks gift card. So let's see. You can scan the code, enter your email address, and if you are a winner, someone from the HAR team will reach out to you. You can also, next up, so let's see, it's 10:51 Mountain Time or Arizona time. So what is going to happen next? We are going to move into our one thing in just a second. We are going to have a little bit of a break, and then we'll move into our one thing where we will be hearing from Becky from Travify. So I will be back in just a few minutes and we will kick off Host Week. We'll see you in a few. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much. So we are going to, did we play, Luis, the one thing yet? Am I introducing this? This is me not planning ahead from being sick yesterday, so I didn't read through the schedule very well. Let me introduce our one thing for today. It is Becky from Travify. She is going to be talking about the one thing you need to know about tech tools. And if you aren't familiar with Travify, they are one of our week-long sponsors as well. But with that, I am going to turn it over to Becky.
Hi, my name is Becky Dacosta, and I am part of the marketing team at Travify. The one thing that travel advisors need to succeed in 2025 are tech tools. Imagine this, you're a travel advisor juggling client proposals, creating itineraries and tracking payments and managing last minute changes, all while trying to grow your business. Does that sound familiar? As travel advisors, the pressure to deliver exceptional service has just never been greater. And in 2025, I think it's shaping up to be no different than that. But let me tell you the good news. One thing can make all the difference. Tech tools. They're not just nice to haves anymore. They're actually the foundation of success for modern travel advisors. Tech tools simplify your workflow and give you back what matters most: time. Tools like itinerary builders, CRMs, and automations, they help you streamline those repetitive tasks, letting you focus on what you do best, creating those memorable travel experiences. So today, I'll share 3 key reasons why tech tools are essential to your success in 2025: personalization, efficiency, and competitiveness. First, personalization. Clients are no longer satisfied with the cookie cutter itineraries. They actually expect you to anticipate their needs, their preferences, and even their dreams. With tech tools, most of the time this is possible. So, for example, AI can help you suggest unique accommodations or activities based on their client preferences that you've gathered through tools like a CRM. And CRMs also help you remember those important details like past travels, birthdays, or anniversaries, so you can add that thoughtful touches like celebratory gifts at their hotel and so on. But personalization doesn't stop at planning. Tech tools also help you personalize and enhance communication, ensure your clients feel just supported every step of the way. And the end result for all of this is that clients who not only book with you, but they also become clients who refer to your friends. So that's number 1. Number 2 is efficiency. Efficiency equals profitability. And efficiency isn't just about time. It's actually about driving profitability. With the right tools, you can actually streamline operations, you can reduce errors, and focus on what matters most, which is creating those trips that your customers will love. So let's compare. Without tech tools, you collect client preferences through different emails, calls, you just spend hours compiling details and manually update itineraries, and it's just time consuming and very prone to errors. But with tech tools, you automate forms that collect client preferences in just an organized format, an itinerary builder that creates just a polished, professional itinerary in minutes. And with tech tools, you also get to send those automated payment reminders and give clients that just real notifications to keep them updated. And so the result, hours saved, smoother processes, and more professional experience for your clients, all of which builds trust and allows you to take on more business. So tech tools allow you to have that personalization and efficiency. Now, the last reason why tech tools are key is competitiveness. Competitiveness is essentially staying ahead of the competition. In 2025, clients have endless options for planning trips. So how do you stand out? You stand out by showcasing your professionalism and delivering just seamless, polished experiences. And tech tools empower you to do just that. I remember I was at a conference in Europe, and I was talking to an advisor who uses tech tools, including Travelify, for his business. And he told me that he lives in this small town in Europe, and the difference between him and his peers is how he uses tech tools for every part of his workflow. His secret weapon, as he called it, wasn't just using tech tools. It was actually knowing how to use them effectively. By understanding the tools, he didn't just compete with other advisors in his town. He actually outshined them entirely, attracting clients that valued his expertise and his experience, and he was able to give them a seamless service. So if you want to succeed in 2025, the one thing that you need to focus on is embracing tech tools. Ask yourself, is my tech stack ready for 2025? Am I delivering personalization? Am I working efficiently and staying competitive? I know that tech tools won't replace the human touch, but combining your expertise with the right technology will help you take your business to the next level. So this is my one thing for 2025. I hope you got to learn something from it, and thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, feel free to connect with me via email or LinkedIn. I'd love to help. Enjoy Host Week, and I hope you have a successful 2025.
Oops, sorry, everybody. Had myself muted. So I am off to a start this Friday, aren't I? So thank you so much, Becky, for wrapping up our One Thing segments for the week. And we have loved having Travify on, not only as a weekly sponsor, but sharing so many insights through the multiple sessions throughout the week with us. So let's see, how did everyone like them? This is our second year doing these One Things, which are short clips where people are giving their best advice for you to kick off 2025. We'd love to hear how you liked them, how you like the coffee spots and the EDUSPOTS. If you haven't taken our survey already about Host Week, we would love for you to give us your feedback. We take it very seriously. You can follow the link in the description. There's one for the Host Week survey. There's also a link down there to sign up for Host Week 2026 if you're really loving it. So for those just coming in, it is so great to have you here today with us. Welcome to the last day of the marathon known as Host Week. And I have some very exciting news for you. Shayna hinted at this earlier this week, but if you're feeling depressed about Host Week ending, and you may have to sleep for a couple days after, mark your calendars for this fall. Make sure you're signed on for our newsletter so you can get the news when it comes out. But we are launching Tech Week in the fall. So it will be something very similar to Host Week, but we'll be having technology partners on instead of doing the host and consortia interviews so that you can see demos and different things. We do not have the dates out yet, but we will be doing that. So Mary and Abby, if you wouldn't mind popping in the link for Tech Week registration so people can sign up for that if they would like. And if you just popped in, I'm Steph Lee, the founder of HAR, MC for Host Week. And as you know, Shayna is missing here today. She is headed back north to the border, but hopefully she's tuning in from the airport. So we might even see some comments from her today. So hi, Shayna, if you're out there. Now, Friday is a little bit different here at Host Week because we're going to be serving up some inspiration for you today with our keynote, Armin Bimatov, who is the one of the co-founders of TravelWits. But we've also got a lot of other exciting things for you this Friday, including our Friday 15 podcast, which we'll be doing live during Host Week. If you've never experienced it, it's where we usually have a co-host on and we answer the industry questions that you have submitted to us. And then we have the Luminary Awards, which is where we do the best of the best host agencies. We award people out. And then we also do some singing as a HAR team and answer the fun question every year. So make sure to tune in for that. And then at the very end of Friday, you get to find out who won one of our giveaways or all of our giveaways. So if you're confused because you're having so many giveaways this week, Steph, I don't even know what you're talking about. I hear ya. So let me break things down for you. So every day we do the Starbucks gift cards for our coffee spots, and we do those drawings. And then you've seen me pull these up throughout the week. We're celebrating the Lunar New Year and Chinese New Year's because they're coming together with Host Week this year. So we are giving away a $50 gift card every day to those of you that do one of three things. One is you leave a review for a consortium. Two, you leave a review for a travel technology provider. Or three, you ask a question to any of the profiles on the site. Host, consortium, technology, it's up to you. And then the best part is you get an entry for each of the reviews or questions that you submit. And speaking of, so Diana, I've seen you in the comments today. Yep, I see you in there, yes. So I am very excited to tell you that you won yesterday's gift card. So would you mind dropping a line to hello@hostagencyreviews.com and we'll grab your address so that we can send you out the gift card in the Lucky Money envelope. Huge congrats. And again, we're doing one today, so don't forget to ask your questions and leave your reviews. And then finally, we have the third giveaway we're doing is the big giveaways at the end. Mary and Abby will pop in the links in the comments to register for these, but this is what we're giving away. So the first is a 2-night stay at a Hilton property. Woo! The second is an amazing $1,000 off your cruise fare on Celebrity Cruises. Fantastic. We just went a couple years ago on their Galapagos cruise, and it was fantastic. The third thing for our final giveaways is the Best of South Africa tour from Travel Republic Africa for 2 people. Does not include your air, but it is quite the deal. And they did a mouth-watering talk during one of their intros to our EDUSPOTS earlier this year. Can really give you a feel for their product. It was on our What I Wish I Would Have Known panel on Tuesday. So if you can either go to Tuesday on our channel, and then in the description, we have the short links to all of the different segments. Otherwise, Mary and Abby, if they have time, will pop it into the comments. So welcome to our very last day of Host Week, which for those of you that have joined us all week, you know it feels a little bit like summer camp. You're making all these friends. You're feeling really content and happy about life. But then once it ends, you go into hibernation and you sleep for days. That's what the HAR team does. But we've still got more for you today, so do not despair. And we hope you can join us for all of it. And a big thank you to our weekly sponsors again. They're the ones leading the way in supporting hosted advisors, and we're so grateful for them. They allow us to put this huge production on free of charge for everybody. So a big thank you to Incentive Connection Travel, who we just heard from on today's Coffee Spot, from KHM Travel Group, Lavarte Travel, PTN Travel, Travify, Vacation Planners, Wonderlust Campus, and finally, grnconnect.com. Well, we have got lots of stuff to do today. So let's kick off our weekly podcast, the Friday 15. And if you've never tuned in, hopefully we'll get you hooked after this. So let's bring on this week's co-host, which is Chun Wright. So hi, Chun. I know you had to log out on the back end. Oh, good, you're back.
Yes, I'm here.
So good to see you.
Good to see you too. Happy New Year in person.
Thank you. Thank you. So for those that haven't met Chun, 1, she's wonderful, but 2, she is an attorney that specializes, one of her areas of specialty is adventure travel. And she's very involved with the Adventure Travel Trade Association. She is on their board. So we're so grateful that you're sharing your expertise with us today.
Well, thank you, Steph. I am just delighted to be here to see you. You have such a wonderful community. And when I heard about this and was invited to speak, I was just beyond thrilled. So super glad to be here and to hopefully demystify some of this, your legal questions.
Yes, exactly. Because there are a lot of them and it gets confusing in travel. Well, let me just do a quick intro for those that don't know the Friday 15. So this is where every Friday for roughly 15 minutes, although it can go longer because of me, we answer the industry questions you have submitted. And so if you have questions, you can submit them by any time by going to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15. You can also sign up for reminders for the Friday 15, where you will get an email about an hour before it goes, and it will tell you which questions we are answering and who the co-host is. And you can even get text message reminders. So those of you that are listening into the audio version of this, we are going to be putting in the Host Week segments into the podcast feed soon. We did that last year and it was really popular. So even if you're watching this on video, know that if you sign up for our Travel Agent Chatter podcast and subscribe to it, you'll be able to hear all the different segments of Host Week in there. So Chun, hold on, let me get a drink.
Yes.
We have a lot of new advisors in here, and let's see. Our first question comes from Savannah A, and they ask, I am a new independent agent without an LLC. I don't charge fees because I have not gotten my LLC yet. What legal issues/vulnerabilities could I get into if I start charging fees?
Yes, very great question, Savannah. And this is usually the number one legal issue for those of you that are new to the business. You're thinking about, you've heard about corporations, you probably worked for corporations, LLC, sole proprietor, you're not sure what you need. Just kind of being out there operating as a individuals is really easy. Like, we love easy, but there's no legal requirement to have an LLC to charge fees but there are some potential legal risk and vulnerabilities to operating as a business, right? Being consumer facing, that if you don't have an LLC, you will, have some special considerations. So again, I just have to emphasize, if you don't have an LLC, you are operating in your personal capacity. Okay.
And this is like the sole proprietor we're talking about, right?
It's the sole proprietor. Yeah, it sounds like proprietor it just means you're out there, you're operating a business, you as yourself. It's you. Okay. There's no corporation, there's no limited liability company, there's nothing, it's you. So, which takes me to you, there is exposure to personal liability, right? Without a limited liability company or some sort of business entity, which under the law has protections from liability. That's why we have these, right? You sue corporations, you sue LLCs, you don't necessarily sue the owners. Depending on the claim, there are protections. You can't sue the owner, the person, unless you jump through certain legal hoops. So it can provide a layer of protection in your business. And if you're in travel, there's a whole host of potential liability issues, around financial, even personal injury, someone gets hurt on a trip or whatnot. Okay. So if you are sued for negligence, breach of contract, some other legal issue, worst case scenario, somebody dies on a trip, they sue you personally. Okay. The other piece is that if you are charging fees, you're going to want like terms and conditions, you're going to want some agreements that serve as contracts for your customers. And without an LLC, these contracts will be in your name. So if I didn't have an LLC and I served as a travel advisor, travel agent, it would be you, the customer, are entering into an agreement with me, Chun Wright. That's my formal name, Chun Wright, personally. Okay. You may not want that. Again, back to the personal liability issue. Depending on what state you're in, where you're operating, which locality, you might have some licensing and disclosure requirements. You'll want to make sure you're compliant and to make sure that you can operate in your personal capacity. There are also tax considerations. So again, if you're earning business income and you have to report that, let's say maybe you're hiring vendors, you're going to be doing it in your own name, right? And they may issue documentation for taxes and you're going to have to give them your social security number. So in your personal capacity, you cannot apply for like a federal employee, like what's called an employment number. Everything again is personal. You're going to have to give up personal information. You're going to have to transact business using your personal information. And you may not want that to be the case, right? So those are, serious considerations in terms of not having the protection of an LLC. Okay. Some people choose to do that. It costs some money. It takes some time to, to set these things up. It's not onerous, but, you're running the risk. And the other, I would say the final point I'll make is that people feel oftentimes more comfortable transacting business with a business, right? Instead of with a person. So there's comfort in seeing, let's say, an LLC. It indicates a certain level of seriousness and that this is, legitimate. Okay. So those are really the considerations, Steph, I would say, in terms of, do you want to charge fees without having an LLC?
And we're going to link to a couple of resources for those. This is typically how we do the Friday 15. We're going to link to our article on travel agency business structures so people can get kind of an overview of an LLC versus a sole proprietorship. And then we'll also link to our article on seller of travel registrations and how those affect service fees, because that's important to understand. And let's see. We have a question in here. Let's see, where was it? Oh, they're asking, do you have your contact info to get in touch with her? And do you cover all states or do you practice in specific states?
It kind of depends on the legal issue. There's certain legal issues I won't handle for certain states. I'm barred in DC and California. I do have clients in different jurisdictions, but it depends on the issue. But happy to have you contact me and I can let you know if I can help or not, or refer you to somebody.
Perfect, perfect. And we're going to move on to our next question. I see there's a bunch of questions in the comments. We'll get to those if we have time, but let's move into the next one in the interest of time. So this one is from Lissa R. And Lissa says, you mentioned that you would have a lawyer on the next podcast. So here's a question for Chuni. I am an independent contractor with an agency that is set up as an LLC. There is a lawyer in the travel industry who doesn't recommend that an IC like me create their own LLC. Please explain why an independent contractor should or should not want to create their own LLC. A lot of business structure questions.
I know a lot of business structure. You'll be pros by the end of it. And I will say, I should have said at the beginning, lawyers love disclaimers, but this is not legal advice. I'm not talking about a specific situation. I'm not addressing the specific situation of the people who've asked questions, but this is very general information. So with respect to a lawyer and what they're advising, I would say, I don't have the context of that. I don't know what factors they were taking into account to give that advice. But the most important thing to know is there isn't a one size fits all. It depends on your specific circumstances, what your goals are, what exactly you're doing. There's some people that have very narrow businesses. There's other that do a number of things. They do things under the host agency. They're offering other things outside of the host agency environment that's permissible by the host agency. And you're going to want to consider your specific situation. The other thing I'll say is don't be intimidated in getting legal advice. There are a lot of lawyers like me. You don't even necessarily need to talk to a travel lawyer just to educate yourself on some basics about corporate structure, cost, and things like that. Educate yourself on how to do this, what's required, how do you maintain some of these business structures. But I would say don't go run in the other direction because you're assuming it's just way too complicated and you can't handle it. It's there's a lot of resource for it. And Steph has a lot of resources and information on her site. So, but, some of the things to consider with respect to, maybe why or they may advise against it is, if your work is low risk, right, and you're primarily working under an agency that already has liability coverage and really not doing anything beyond that, forming an LLC might create some extra work. You have to make annual filings with the state. You have to do certain things, and it may just be too much headache, right, for what you are doing. And that's why I'd say it's specific. Some agency agreements may not allow it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of an easy answer. I recommend not doing it if the agency you want to work with doesn't permit it, but you want to make sure that you're covered under the agency agreement, right? And the agency, if your agency's LLC insurance already has provisions that would cover you, and you don't really need your own insurance under your own agency, you might consider, not getting LLC, but it is so circumstance specific, right?
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. There's a really good question in here. Let's see. So Ashley asked, and I think this can help with a lot of people answering or asking some of the questions. Why should a travel advisor have a lawyer, and how do you, what are some tips for choosing one if you should be working with a travel industry attorney?
Yeah, this is a great question. I will say there are people that come to me and they don't have any budget for legal, so they don't not do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the advantage of working with a lawyer, especially in the travel space, it's not like most of the travel clients aren't big companies where you're doing work for them 24/7, right? Most of the work is really as needed. And
Yep.
we're used to working with, so you want a lawyer that's used to kind of as you go and as you have needs. I will tell you, the travel companies that I have, I've worked with many for years and years, doing things like terms and conditions or waiver, or just kind of troubleshooting, like, hey, should you be an LLC or not? And those things are just sort of everyday good housekeeping. We get things in order. We talk about insurance, all of those kinds of decisions. You don't have to spend 50 hours educating yourself. You could have a conversation with a lawyer and they cut to the chase and tell you what you need to know. And then you can make a decision. So you get to decision faster and you get the information faster and you can move ahead and then you can sleep better at night knowing that you've put things in place. Moving forward, there are things that happen. Pandemic happened. I get the phone calls. Oh my gosh, what do we do? Now, imagine you don't have a relationship with a lawyer. You've never set that up. You don't know any, and you're scrambling. One, we're all going to be busy. We can't take on new clients. And secondly, you're kind of having to compress in a very stressful situation, trying to get a lawyer, which itself can be a stressful situation, right?
Yes.
So develop those relationships early. And I will say, there are crises that happen. Like I'm in the middle of a bunch. I don't know what's going on. It's in the air. And this is serious stuff. It's serious stuff. But you know what? These clients are people I've worked with for years and years. And now something's happened and we jump into action and we address it. We don't have to have interviews. Do you want to work with me? So kind of say you have a co-pilot there to help you and as a resource. And whenever you need help or you have those questions, peace of mind, you've got the person already. And I would say in looking for someone, have conversations, frank conversations about what you need. Rates, and I would say don't always do it on rates. You want good rapport. Someone you
Yes.
feel like you can work with, right? Rapport is in any relationship. It doesn't change with lawyers. Find someone you're comfortable with. Someone who might be comfortable with me may not be comfortable with someone else. They may be comfortable with someone else and not comfortable with me. That is okay. I'm not offended by that. Right? So you want, responsiveness. You want someone you feel comfortable with because there are times you're going to have to open up and share information that you want to feel comfortable sharing. So good communication is key. Be really clear about budget. Like I'm used to situations where someone might say, I will tell them what we typically charge for terms and conditions or waiver. It's like, well, we can't afford that. But I would say those are really key documents. Those are the heart of your business. So you want to invest into that. But I might say, look, we think we could do a decent job by just looking at issue spotting. It will save you money us doing it that way. Or maybe you want to do the legwork. So don't let the budget and the monetary piece make you nervous when you just hear hourly rates or flat rate. Just talk to the lawyers about what your needs are. And then you can sort of craft the scope of the work in a way that fits your budget. And there may be times, there may be times where you're asking for something. It's like, look, I can't do that for $200. It's just impossible. I can't do a good job. I can't do that. It's not fair. And you have those discussions and it's okay. We're used to that. So don't feel intimidated by bringing that up. We talk about budgets all the time.
Yeah,
Even with big companies, everybody has a budget.
That's perfect. I think the key is like knowing what you need going in as well, so that you're not wasting anyone's time. And even if you don't know what you need, we're going to post up a list to our travel industry attorneys, because if you're dealing with terms and conditions or something specific to travel, you're definitely going to want to have someone that's familiar with the travel industry. So don't worry, check that out. And I know there's a lot of other questions in here. There's not going to be enough time for us to go through these, but I know that Chuni, you have a really great adventure for those that are looking to specialize specifically in adventure travel. You have an adventure travel newsletter.
Yeah.
Blog newsletter.
We have some past editions. We need to reinstate that, but yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well,
so you can come up and sign up on our site for sure.
Yeah, we'll link to that in the comments for everybody. And then I think, unfortunately, we have to let you go, Chuni, because Rita has a run of show that I need to stick to, and I am going to do it today.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me on, and good luck to everybody and their businesses, and good luck to you, Steph, and the team. And this is just fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, it was so great to see you. Happy Lunar New Year, and we will
Yes,
chat soon.
happy Lunar New Year. Okay, bye.
Bye. So for any Friday 15 diehards out there, and I know I saw somebody in there saying they're a diehard, coming up next week, we have Lori Spears with Lavarte Travel. We have Global Travel Collection the following week is going to be our co-host. And then the week after that, we will have Jen Lee with Vacations Planners. So again, you can go to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15 to submit your questions, as well as sign up for reminders and watch old episodes. So let's see, if you just popped in, welcome to Host Week. Hopefully you all enjoyed our weekly Friday 15. Today is with travel industry attorney, Chun Wright. I am Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I have had the absolute privilege this week to spend it with you, emceeing. And we also had, of course, Shayna, HAR's new managing director, who just started 2 weeks ago and went into the deep end. But she is now back at the airport. So keep an eye out for her in the comments. But you will be seeing a lot of her going forward. So for those of you who are going through Shayna withdrawal, myself included, don't you worry. So thank you all for joining us, though. We hit our goal this year with over 3,000 registrants, which is so exciting. So truly, thank you from the entire HAR team. Thank you all for your support, the kind words, spending the time with us. I'm the one on the screen, and Shayna usually too, but you know, there's behind the scenes team. Mary and Abby are in the comments. Rita is doing a ton of stuff behind the scene and to set up the whole schedule. And then of course we have Juan and Luis on the back end doing the producing. So it takes a team effort, and we're so great you're along the ride with us. All right, so if you have had as much fun as we have had during Host Week, and we have had a lot, remember that this event is recorded so you can access it at any time. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and then you can raid the Host Week playlist vault at your own time. So most of you have a good schedule, a good feel of our schedule, but let me just run through today because there's a couple special things. We have our big awards ceremony this afternoon, our Luminary Awards. That's our best of the best host agencies, and we will be doing that, if I stay on schedule, a little after 3 o'clock Central Time. And make sure to join us for that, because that's where we tell you what HAR's karaoke song is. And we spent 3 hours practicing for our recording, which is not that impressive, but we love it. So the fun is not exclusive to those Luminary Awards, though, people, though. We've got a ton of fun and inspiration and all sorts of great stuff coming to you, including today's keynote. So it is my pleasure to introduce the final keynote of the week. We have Armin Bimatov, one of the co-founders of TravelWits, and he is going to share insights on those 2 letters we keep hearing more and more of, which is AI. So he's going to talk about where AI in travel really stands, where it's going. So let's welcome to the stage, Armand. We're so happy to have you here. What a treat.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm super excited to be here because we started the company like 11 years ago and, had a long journey. And at some point, I remember trying to learn about the industry, trying to pick a host agency. And it was so hard to find information about, the different host agencies. I had to like call people and try to, ask them, and then filling out all these, all this paperwork to become an IA. It was like a dark forest. So I think you have a very noble mission, and you're doing it well.
Oh, thank you so much, Armand. We're so excited to have you on. So for those that don't know TravelWits, we will put a link in the comments for people that want to check it out. It's a really cool technology. As Armand said, they started a long time ago. They were in AI before it became a thing. And I think you mentioned too, Armand, like one of your co-founders is the top 10 researchers or something in a certain area of AI. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. And I call him personally Doctor Strange because he's, Doctor Strange in Marvel. He's like the guy who sits there and says, possibility 69,399 is the best one. And that's my guy. That's Max. He's the area of AI that he's proficient in, and one of the top experts in the world in is actually called the discrete optimization or real-time search optimization. He does a lot of work in the self-driving industry, in the robotics, path planning, algorithms, and so on.
And then he ended up in travel somehow. So that's exciting.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll touch on that. Yeah.
Cool. Well, let's get started. Yay, people are excited. Okay, so there has been a lot of buzz about AI in the travel industry. Everything from ChatGPT to automated booking tools. We're seeing a lot of technology pop up that we've been putting on our travel agency software list on the site. But rather than just scratching the surface, I want to dive a little deeper. So you've been someone that's been working in AI for over a decade. Can you help us understand what types of AI are actually being used in travel right now? And while you're going through that, Luis, if you wouldn't mind just pulling up the slide about the areas of AI from TravelWits. Perfect.
Awesome.
And then is there another slide that has the areas?
I'll go through them. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They'll pop up. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess, to get it started, I think it's important to just go back to the definition of AI, right? And basically, what AI is simulation of human intelligence to execute certain tasks, like learning, perceiving things in the in the virtual or real space, and then problem solving in various different domains. And with usually some sort of goal in mind, right? So that's just important to just keep in mind as we talk about AI. And the key word here is simulation, and that's the thing that I want to emphasize, because we are talking about specifically humans here, and how do humans need to think about AI, and how do they think about their place in the world with ever increasing AI presence, right? In terms of the areas of AI that are out there, right? And these are not necessarily areas that are mutually exclusive. These are a bunch of different areas that very often include each other, borrow from each other. But generally, just theory-wise, there's the natural language processing. So that's how ChatGPT, for example, understands what you're saying. There's the machine learning, which often you'll find in, like Google AdWords, that learn what type of ads you click on. Obviously TikTok, and some of the other ones out there. The recommendation systems, which is, I think the most obvious example is Netflix, right? Again, it uses machine learning to figure out what type of things you like, to then come up with the best recommendations, right? So it's based on all of these different correlations that it builds, probabilities, and then, it pops up, hey, you should watch Carry On Netflix. And then, of course, one thing that we strongly feel, even though we're a little bit biased, is an underutilized area is search algorithms. So this is something that essentially means searching through a vast space of, millions of different solutions, right? If it's applied to travel, then it would be looking at complex itineraries, A to B, right? Door-to-door itineraries in real time, and figuring out which one of these millions of combinations is the best one, like which flight, which hotel, which car, which cruise, which dates, which airports, how many travelers are involved, so there's just, it's one of those fields that is just a big elephant. Some of the other areas include computer vision, of course, the robotics.
Wait, I don't know what computer vision is.
Yeah, of course. So computer vision essentially means a camera that can see you, right? So if
Is this
you
like my camera that follows me around and like embarrassed me earlier today?
that's it. Yeah, exactly. So
Oh my gosh.
it knows that, you're a person and what a person looks like. So then, it moves the camera around. That's a perfect example.
Well, I don't like computer vision.
Um, I mean, one thing I'll give you another example where you probably do like it is clear, right? Going through
Oh
clear
yeah.
is so nice
Okay.
and easy, right? You like computer vision now.
Okay. I'm 50-50.
Yeah. Other areas, of course, of AI include robotics, expert systems. Expert systems really just means like building a vertically integrated system, and we'll talk about vertically integrated systems in a little bit as well. Vertically integrated systems that help humans, basically supercharge humans and various different complex tasks, so they can basically sit on top of it and control, different controls, and then the AI does the work type of thing, right? Whether it's dashboards, for example, that allow you to look at insights about the data that you've produced through the bookings that are flowing through your system, or looking at trends. So it's really just AI powering all of these different areas of AI coming together to power the productivity of a human expert in a certain field.
Oh, I feel like this one might be one very applicable to today.
Yeah, I think so too. Reinforcement learning, the most notorious example would probably be like Tinder, where you can swipe left and right. And it's all about the negative, punishing the system for offering you something you don't want, or rewarding the system for giving something that you do want. So reinforcement learning. It is about, punishing, kind of like a carrot and stick approach, right? We also see it in TikTok, same thing. You're swiping too fast away, it knows that that's not something you want. Or if you're spending, a whole, you're watching the whole video, the whole short video, then it knows that, hey, actually this is pretty interesting to the user. Another one, of course, is speech recognition. The basic example is Alexa, Siri. Now ChatGPT, came up with some really great, ChatGPT, Gemini too, by the way, some really great voice technology where it sounds very natural. So beware of scams, by the way. It's scary out there with with this type of technology. Someone will call you and pretend to be a police officer threatening you. That actually happened to my wife a week ago.
Oh, wow.
She had no idea it was AI until it was a little bit too late. So the other example is really, really cool concept, multi-agent systems or multi-agent frameworks. Essentially, what it means is creating a bunch of different AI bots and chaining them together to perform complex tasks. I'd love to dive into some examples, but we can do it in a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all the main areas that we're thinking about, at least.
That's perfect. Well, in the title of today's keynote, you and I had spoke about something kind of interesting when we chatted earlier, and that's that, you were saying we're really only at 10% of AI's potential, specifically in the travel space.
Right.
And that seems so surprising given all the AI headlines we're seeing if we look at how much it's advanced in the last year. So can you talk with us about what that 10% actually looks like in practice? So what can AI really do today versus what we think it can do?
Yeah, of course. So I think, when we think about what can actually the advisor do today with AI, right? I think we all probably will agree that we're only scratching the surface here. We're only starting to get into it. And it's all very, very surface level tools. So I'll give you an example right now. For example, typically an advisor might go to ChatGPT and say, hey, give me some ideas, right, for a beach destination, make it 100 destinations. Now that, it's a good beginning. It's a good kind of to get your brain juices flowing, but it's not going to be, the truth, right?
Yep.
Very often you might actually just discard the whole thing. But then they might also, draft an email or say, here's some thoughts I put together. Can you make it into an email, right? But it's still kind of very surface level. It's very incremental, I would say, productivity gain compared to what we can actually achieve. Some other, more adventurous advisors might actually maybe even set up some automations. Like you could, for example, say take Zapier, which is like an automation tool that's no code, so you don't need to code anything.
Love that.
So you can actually hook it up to ChatGPT and say, instruct, ChatGPT to potentially hook it up to a different tool within Zapier to maybe send out a MailChimp campaign or something like that. I actually have a similar workflow for generating product newsletters. So, some savvy advisors might actually do something like that to help them, respond quicker to clients or something like that. Another example is, of course, chatbots. Setting up a chatbot on your site that can help your client kind of can help you capture the leads more effectively. But again, this is all very surface level, very incremental, from our perspective. And there's a few challenges, a few problems with all of this. First of all, it's very much still in development. A lot we go in with a high expectation, and then we get disappointed sometimes, right? We're like, it's not quite there, right? But that's just a matter of time. The other, of course, problem is that a lot of these tools are not very well vertically integrated. So, you might have an AI tool that's like amazing, but then if it's not plugged into your inventory, into your CRM, doesn't know anything about your clients, it's not quite there. So, it does need to be more well integrated into the tool set that you're using. And the other big one is some negative consequences of AI. Whether it's mistakes. I think Chun T before me would be. I would say, definitely work with her if you want to, think about the how to handle
Don't ask
AI.
ChatGPT
Yeah.
to write your terms of service.
Yeah, exactly. But the other big thing is the explosion in noise that is comes with AI. Just, go to Google and type in AI Jesus and go to images. It's bonkers. It's like optical illusions, AI generated optical illusions of like Jesus in, I don't know, in the
I can't wait, Armand.
in the
so
drop of water, or like in the field, random field or something like that. And it's funny, a lot of these Facebook posts where you have, an AI Jesus, the comments are all AI bots commenting like amen or something like that, regardless of your religious beliefs. This is crazy. This is AI creating content and then other AI commenting on that content.
Yeah.
So this is something that is very, very much going to be a problem as we move into the future, and there might be an opportunity for us humans in there.
I should
Yep.
hope so. Well, by the way, if we have time for questions, which I'm not sure if we're going to have, but pop them in the questions and we'll get to them if we can. So let's break down for everybody in a way that will help people understand how AI approaches travel planning differently than us humans do. So I know you mentioned when we spoke last that you work with something called discrete optimization algorithms, which sounds scary, but I think there's very practical examples that we could walk through, including one like, could you walk us through really quickly how AI would approach planning a trip from getting a client to and from the airport? So what does it consider that we might miss?
Absolutely. I I actually want to change the example a little bit.
Sure.
And the reason is because this is an example that started the whole company for us. This was the
Oh,
light bulb moment for us. So my co-founder Max, he loves going on cruises. So he takes his whole family on the cruise pretty much at least once a year. So he was planning a cruise for his family. He realized, found a really nice option just around Christmas time, and he almost started booking flights, and then realized the flights were just insanely expensive. So then he opened up a spreadsheet. I'm sure we've all been there, and he started he started mapping out like probably hundreds of different combinations.
nope,
What if
never
I
done that.
what if I take this cruise on this date and this flight on this date and this hotel and rent a car and maybe fly from airport an hour away? So I ended up, spending about 3 weeks in the evenings going through this exercise. Uh, and it
I
ended
have
up,
to meet this Max.
yeah. And he ended up saving over $3,000 to the whole, for the whole family trip. Was it worth the time that he spent? Considering especially how, how high level of a person is and his hourly rate? Definitely not. But, for anyone else in the world, this is a huge pain point, but it's not even a pain point that we're aware of very often because we just give up. It's
Yeah.
humanly impossible to go through all the possible combinations, all the different dates, all the different airports. By the way, the option that he ended up choosing was uh, a different cruise on a different date, different sailing date. He flew in a few days before the sailing departed because flights were better on that date. And I ended up also staying in the hotel a few nights, even though, it cost extra, the overall trip was cheaper that way. So again, when you start, and this is where discrete optimization comes in handy, when you start thinking about beyond just one segment versus another segment, if you start comparing multi-segment solutions, that's where the huge opportunity comes in. And that's exactly what Max is an expert in, but in the space of, robotics and search planning optimization.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, agencies are adopting these tools, but we don't have one that's as intense as Max as a spreadsheet. I don't think anyone does. I like the way you're
Yeah.
like, we all do this. And I'm like, definitely do not. But you mentioned that this integration is a really crucial piece. So can you explain why having AI tools like properly integrated into our existing systems matters so much to us as travel advisors?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, like, well, we can take an example that recently came up when ChatGPT released operators. So this is like a new piece of technology or a new feature within ChatGPT where you can ask it to go somewhere and do something for you. So they had an example where, from a prompt, it went out to booking.com and booked something or something like that. That's a great proof of concept right there for what the possibilities are. But the problem is for advisors, very often they have so much specialized content, um, so many different preferred partners that they work with, whether it's a DMC, a tour operator, or maybe a Four Seasons preferred program or Hyatt Privé or whatever. Plus their own air contracts. So because of that, it's very hard for for you to just go in and use AI to say, hey, book something for me, because what it can do now won't work for you. Plus, it's not connected to your CRM. It doesn't know your clients. Um, so you will end up actually potentially creating more work because you're not booking in the right places, right? But now imagine a scenario where, you do the same thing, but the tool you're doing it with knows about your clients. It knows it's connected to your CRM, so you can import all the bookings in there, so your commission gets automatically tracked down and paid out to you. Yeah, it's a totally different. It will basically enable an advisor to actually use the AI tools rather than just say, I would love to do that, but I can't.
Yeah. So when would you expect that there's like a tipping point when it comes to AI being fully integrated into systems? When do you see this happening?
Yeah. Well, it's happening right now. We're doing a lot of introducing a lot of AI functionality into our booking platform for travel agencies. And I know that there's a lot of other tools out there like Travify and like Trip Suite and Sion that are all doing a lot of work on introducing AI. Very often it's kind of weaved into the fabric of our technology so that for the advisor it might actually not even be visible necessarily,
Mhm.
right? And that's kind of the key point is it doesn't have to be flashy. It needs to be useful, right? It needs to be kind of under the hood, so that it just super well integrated into the workflow of advisors, so they don't have to go out of their way to use it. And that I think that's gonna be a key. In terms
That'll
of the
be
tip,
nice.
yeah, in terms of the tipping point, I'd say probably the next 2-3 years where we'll see a lot more. Introduced. I think all of these LLMs, they kind of increase the amount of attention that AI gets in the travel industry. So there's more eyes on it now. But I think if we're talking about like 5 to 10 years, I think it'll be unrecognizable.
Mhm.
And
Wow.
yeah.
That's kind of crazy. So let's see. Okay. We're gonna do a choose your own adventure here, Armand, because we're running a little short on time. We
Of course.
have some of the questions that I wanted to go through, but we're also getting good ones in the comments that are more, about how to use it within their agency.
Yeah.
Would you be comfortable answering those questions if we skirted from where we were going to go?
Yeah, let's do it. Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So let's see. We have got, you had mentioned a kind of about using Zapier for the email newsletter. So Sarah's asking, is there a way to get aid from ChatGPT to help us design an email newsletter and or posts?
Posts, as in social posts.
Yeah, I think so.
So I know Canva does have some AI functionality to do that, right? I think it's a lot of this functionality will get you maybe 30% there. In terms of the ChatGPT, using ChatGPT to kind of to develop, like your email automation.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should look at it as kind of like a pair. There's a concept of pair programming. So pairing with someone else to get a job done. I think it's a great pair programmer. But it's not going to be perfect. I know I'm an engineer by heart. And when you start working with ChatGPT, it looks great at first sight, and then you start actually implementing what it tells you to do, and you're like, wait, this makes no sense. So we're not fully there yet, but you can get all the way if you do it iteratively. So that would be my advice: is just get something out there, using maybe ChatGPT, and then iterate with ChatGPT or yourself if you gave up on ChatGPT. But yeah, I would say iteratively, use it almost like as a rubber duck.
I like that rubber duck.
Yeah.
And I'll just mention this before we go to the next questions, because we talked about I can't remember the exact title of today's session, but it's like something with AI being at 10%. But
Yeah.
you had talked about one of the most interesting things was the goalpost for AI keeps moving as we're coming up with new capabilities,
Yeah.
so that we're at 10% now, but we're going to be in the 5-10 years. It's going to be so much further. We'll be at like 0.001% probably.
Yeah. I'll add to that. In software engineering world, in the product development world, there's this concept of when an engineer tells you that we're 90% there, you'll hear that from them 90% of the time. So it's like
That's
we're
awesome.
always, yeah. But here I'm actually being much more conservative. I'll say 10%.
Perfect. And then here, last question, let's do. Is there an ideal way to compile supplier promotions that are piling up in our emails and keeping track of the dates, the terms of preferred partners and expiration dates? Can you think of a way they could use AI for that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing that just comes top of my head is, and by the way, you could ask that to ChatGPT and then be like, generate 100 ideas for me on how to get that done. And you actually might be surprised. There's some good ideas probably. You could probably use Zapier or something like that connected to your email inbox. We actually have something like that with like support tickets where it detects that there's an email coming in that needs the support ticket open, and it'll then connect to our Airtable, which will then create a row and then send an email back to the client about the support ticket being open. So you could do something with Zapier where you could say, hey, read this email and then let me know if it's a promotional email. If it is, maybe add it to a spreadsheet or something like that. You could totally get that done today.
Ah,
But I will say, just be aware of costs. Zapier costs plus, ChatGPT costs. Because if you're getting like, thousands of emails a day, this might rack up.
yeah, that's so true. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Unfortunately, Armand, we have to cut things short. Well, not short. We're on time.
Yeah.
And my promise to Rita was to be on time today. So,
Of course.
thank you so much for coming on and sharing so much. And, if people want to learn more about TravelWits or want to chat with you, what are the best ways to reach out?
Go to our website. We have basically a intake form where you can submit your information, and we'll reach out to you, with a meeting link so we can talk, and it'll always be me.
Perfect. Yeah, and we'll put the link in there, and it's TravelWits with just one T. So
one T, and it's an S, not a Z.
oh, great,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again, Armand, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, super grateful.
Yes, we'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so it is. Glad you guys liked it. He's a great resource for all things AI. So it is time to do our last consortium interview of the week / year. Sad face. But before you do, if you loved Host Week, don't forget to sign up for 2026. So we are going to pop up the QR code to register. We have already got the dates because it is always the last week in January. So I want you to mark your calendars for January 26th through the 30th, 2026. And you can either scan this QR code to register, or you can follow the link in the description. It's the one with the green circle. I did it rainbow. All right. So we have had 4 consortia interviews this week with more to come. And for those not familiar with what exactly a consortium is, we're going to drop the link in the comments to an article that explains that to you. And they are great to tune into. These consortium interviews are great to tune into if you're looking to get your own accreditation, which some of you may be. But if you're looking for a host agency, these are also amazing to tune into because a lot of hosts tap into their consortium's technologies and marketing tools. And here's a little tip for you. If you decide you like a certain consortium, because there's only about 6 main ones, you can use the filters in the host list to choose your host agencies that belong to that, and that can narrow things down to you. So our consortium today is Signature Travel Network, and let me give you a few things about them. So they were founded in 1956. They have over 500 members throughout Canada and the US. Excuse me. And they have network sales over $11 billion. If you do want to join them direct, they require $2 million in annual sales. And typically, I think we might have mentioned earlier this week, but for consortium, the way it works is with their annual sales. in order to get in that threshold, it has to be with preferred suppliers. So it can't just be annual sales of whatever. So with that, to start off this beautiful Friday, I'm going to send it over to myself interviewing Signature Travel Network. So here we go. Hello, everyone. Steph Lee, founder of Host Agency Reviews. Thank you for tuning into our Meet the Consortia segment. And for those of you that are brand new and don't know what a consortium is, they are different from host agencies. They are not a travel agency. They do not have the accreditation number that travel agencies do. So they're not technically booking travel, but they provide a huge back-end support. Supplier relationships is a big part of what they do for their host agency members. And so today we have on Signature Travel Network, and representing them today is Karen Yates, the EVP of Information Technology. Hello, Karen.
Hello, how are you?
Great. It is wonderful to have you on. We are going to pop into the comments for those that are interested, Signature's profile. And on the profile, you'll also be able to see all of the host agencies that belong to Signature, so that if while you're listening to this, you decide, I really love what they have to say, I'd love to join a host that's underneath them, you can go to their profile and it will show everyone that is available. So first question for you today, Karen. So tell us the success story of an advisor within your network and how you helped them grow. And this can either be independent contractor or a direct member.
So I chose an agent, an advisor within one of our agencies. So we have a product that's called Cruise Track. It's an automated system that we have that tracks cruises every day. And as agencies and advisors are making their bookings, we get synchronized their trips that are booked, right? Or the quotes that they're given to clients. And we track the price and the category of the cruise that they have held for a client. And then from that point forward, we track the pricing, the amenities, anything that's special or promotion that gets added on it. And then we will trigger a message to the advisor directly telling them something that has changed. So if they book a cruise for a client and a few weeks later, the cruise pricing changes and drops significantly, we notify them in an email, and it empowers the advisor to be able to reach out to the cruise line and say, what are my options for my client based upon this price change? So one of the things that has come to the forefront is almost immediately after we created this product was that we had advisors calling and saying, hey, there was a huge price drop. It was, $10,000 because it was a world cruise. What do you recommend that we do with this? We don't want to reprice it and lose our income on it. So we trained them into going back to the client, letting them know that there was a price difference now of $10,000. This builds trust with their clients too, obviously, if they're willing to reach out to them to tell them. And then what they do before they reach out to the client is go to a destination partner and say, create me some custom experiences, a private car and driver, custom experiences on each one of these ports that are on the cruise, and give me pricing. And they go back and say, okay, the price has changed, but let's use that $10,000 and make your experience completely a wow and something that you can't just get from the cruise ship itself. They booked all of them. The clients come back, they're thrilled because they had a completely unique wow experience that they're telling all of their friends about. Plus they have trust in their advisor that they are working on their behalf to make sure they're always getting the best experience and the best price.
That is super, super smart. I love that.
So it makes us like a hero. We get quotes inside of our private Facebook group all the time about Cruise Track and making them look like a hero.
Mm-hmm. And this is just me being curious, but when did Cruise Track come out?
Many years ago, actually. We
Oh,
built
okay.
it years ago, but it's one of those tools that we built and it keeps on working, and it still continues, even with all the AI in the world and everything that is available to people. It still keeps working, and it does show that strength of relationship, and which is what every tool we build is designed for the advisor to strengthen their relationship with their client, because that is their most important asset is their client relationship.
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. Well, speaking of independent contractors, so independent contractors have different needs than your direct members. So the people that have their own accreditation number. So these independent contractors that are with a host agency, how do you support them? Like, what kind of support do you have in place for the hosted advisors that help them grow, that are different from the direct members?
So it essentially is a similar type of support that we give to an agency directly. So independent contractors have the opportunity to be treated just like a member when it comes to their branding, the marketing services. Some of the things that we offer is they can have their own. So a lot of hosted advisors have their own branding, right? They have their own logo, they have their own branding. So we provide them with the opportunity to have their own branding on all of the website content we provide. We give them the opportunity to participate in our email marketing program. They can make their own custom selections for every single email campaign with their own branding on it. They also have the opportunity to participate in our print magazines with their own branding. We have a product called Client Reach, which is a messaging system based upon those trips that I mentioned earlier, that we track all the trips that are coming in every day. We set up a series of messages around those trips saying, thank you for your booking. Here's some destination information about where you're traveling to. You know, did you forget to purchase your insurance? And all of that can also be branded and customized down to the advisor level inside of that tool. And that one is called Client Reach. We also have tools for them to email quotes back and forth to their clients for cruise quotes, destination information, and that type of information. That also can be fully branded. So it is truly, and we also have a partnership with Access Travel app, and we call it Pocket Travel. Our members who are independent contractors can completely brand in that application as well. So really, truly, they get treated like an agency.
That's fantastic. We're going to pop a link in the comments to, for those that don't know, we launched our travel agency software profiles, and Access app, the itinerary builder, is one of those. So we'll pop a link into their profile so you can read reviews, learn more about the product if that's something that you're interested in. Okay, so next question, Karen. What do you do to promote consumer recognition for your travel advisors? Because Signature isn't necessarily a name brand, but how do you help people recognize travel advisors are out there?
So again, you know, we don't promote our own brand. All of our marketing and our messaging that we do is focused on driving recognition and brand awareness for the members and for the advisors and for the, you know, the independent contractors. Everything we do, every single marketing message, even we do marketing that doesn't have price in it either. So soft marketing, dream ideas, use a travel advisor. All of our messaging goes back to the benefits of using a travel advisor. All of our online magazines, we do those too. And all of our e-marketing, again, all of it is very focused on cementing that relationship and that brand of the agency and the advisor back to their clients.
Exactly.
Everything.
Yeah. And for those of you, if you missed our State of the Host Agency address on Monday that I did, that's a great place. We talk about the growth of consumers using travel advisors and how it has skyrocketed since the pandemic. So if you're looking for any self-insurance and you're like, do people use travel advisors? They are, and in huge numbers. So we'll link back to that for those of you that are interested. All right.
It's really interesting, though, that people think that travel advisors are gone, right? Or that they're not relevant because of the internet and because of AI. Oh, AI can plan my whole trip for me. Well, have you seen some of them? No. And they can't fix it if your flight misconnects, and they can't get you a hotel room if something happens at the hotel. The advisor has a relationship with the hotel. They can do it. But it's funny because I have a lot of friends who don't ask about it, right? And I always tell them, why would you travel without a travel advisor? I think it's crazy. Yes, do some planning on your own. That's part of the fun for them, is part of the planning, but 100%. Advisor, in fact, advisors are turning business away because they're too busy.
I know, it's been so crazy, but it's so exciting because the pandemic nearly ruined us, so many people, but then it also gave huge opportunities, which is, you know, the flip side of it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so next question. What excites you the most about the growth of the host industry? And then where do you as a company see this like hosted advisor community? Like, where do you see that going in the future?
I mean, for us, and again, I didn't know if you were coming at this from a consortium angle or from a host agency angle. I can speak about it just briefly, but both. Signature actually really benefited from the pandemic. Of course, it was awful when we were in the middle of it, but Signature grew significantly during the pandemic. And so we had a huge upward spike in our growth as far as our membership is concerned. we are really careful about who we bring on. We do quite a lot of work before we partner with an agency to make sure that it will blend well with our culture. And it has to be a positive growth opportunity for both us and the member, as I mentioned earlier, I think before we were on camera. As far as agencies, as hosts are concerned, this area is going to continue to explode, I think. I think it's a great opportunity for our agencies who are already in our program and for independent contractors. The same process that we go through for partnering with our agencies, ICs and hosts should do the same thing. They should go that same exercise, make sure they're forming a long-term relationship that's going to work for them. That's a good cultural fit on both sides. But I don't think that I think the sky's the limit on this one. I think it will continue to grow. I think it's exciting, but just making sure you're making those good partnerships, good ethical, cultural partnerships that fit for you, both.
Yeah, that's perfect. And that's part of why I love Host Week, because it allows people to hear from the host agencies and the consortia in a very different way than reading profiles or calling up, because everyone is getting the exact same questions. And so they get to hear the differences in culture and approaches between the different companies.
Yes.
Okay, this is our fun question. And it is, if you were to serenade your advisor network, which I would love to see, with a karaoke song, what song would it be and why?
So I did a little unique research on mine, and I told Perplexity to tell me, using our mission statement, what our song would be. And it said Happy by Pharrell.
Nice.
And we like it. It's great because it emphasizes innovation, service, exceptional experiences. It's happy, right? It's upbeat and positive, and it blends well with our goal of delivering this differentiated travel experience. But what we landed on, I talked with another coworker, and where we landed was on Lean On Me, because we feel like that's how we feel about our members and about our advisors. Lean on us. We'll lean back on you too. It should be a very positive working relationship for both of us. So that's our song.
I love it.
I'll do a TikTok for you. Sorry.
Well, okay. You should think about it though, because that would be so much fun. But Lean On Me is great for you, especially because you're a co-op. And so, co-ops, you're giving back, and it's more tied together than non-co-ops in terms of, sharing the successes. So that's fantastic. If anyone has been underneath a rock and does not know Lean On Me, we will link to the YouTube, a YouTube song, so you can listen to it. And for those that just love the song because it's an amazing song, you can head out and check that out.
We dated ourselves.
I know. Well, thank you so much, Karen. And we are going to turn it back to our regular programming. So I'm taking it back to my live self.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Well, thank you, recorded Steph. I love Lean On Me. So Shayna was telling me, because this is, I think, the first time we've had Lean On Me as the answer to the karaoke question. And Shayna was telling me it's been a long time since she's listened to it. And then there's me, on the other hand, who was singing Lean On Me in a karaoke app in her bed just a few weeks ago. So love that song. Perfect. If you are just popping in, welcome to Host Week, which has been a week full of information, education, and a lot of fun. We are in our last day, and we just wrapped up our Meet the Consortia segment with Signature Travel Network. And you're in luck because you are catching the very beginning of our Meet the Host segment. So there are a wide variety of hosts to choose from, and today is just one of the days of Host Week interviews. So make sure you check the interviews earlier in the week. And most of the hosts today are going to have representatives in the comments. So if you have questions, you can drop them in the comments for them. And you can also ask those questions on the hosts or the Travel Tech Consortium's profiles. So remember that today is our last day for our Chinese New Year's giveaway. And to win, all you have to do is leave a review for a consortium or a travel technology today, or you can ask a question on any profile. So for a host, a consortium, or a travel technology, and you will be entered into a drawing to win a $50 gift card that will come to you via snail mail in a gorgeous Lucky Money envelope to help you celebrate the Lunar New Year. Now, the other option for those of you that are comment shy is you can leave the question on, again, any profile on the site if you don't want to leave it in the YouTube ones. So first in line today is Vacation Planners. They are a host franchise hybrid model, meaning that they have the franchise structure where they have that brand built in for you, but they're also a host agency, meaning that everyone that is under that franchise is using the same accreditation number. Now, they were founded just last year, but they are part of the Travel Planners family of brands, and so they have been around for a long time. And they have had their official first set of franchisees, and as Jen will tell you, they are small but mighty. And before we jump into the review, I want to say another big thank you to ASTA, which is the American Society of Travel Advisors. They are our national trade organization for travel advisors, and we partnered with them this year to do our host interviews. Now, I want to call them out because they are an amazing organization to belong to, not just because of the lobbying they do for us in Washington, D.C., but they also do a ton of education. They have discounts they can tap in that you are able to tap into, including, I'm not going to get this right, it's either 10 or 15% off travel attorneys that work with them. I'm forgetting the name of the program that they have, but when you're a member, you have access to that. They put on amazing events. A favorite is the River Cruise Expo, where you get to see a ton of river cruise ships over the course of a few days. So if that's an area you want to specialize in, it's an amazing event to go to so that you can get lots of pictures for marketing. They also have their Travel Advisor Conference, which is their annual conference. And we, the HAR team, or some of us, will be there this year. So joining ASTA, to sum up, is a fabulous investment for your agency. One of the nice things is they also have their local chapters. So that's great networking for you and to be able to find people to learn from, especially if you're new. So make sure to check out the deals page for the ASTA special that they're running on membership. We'll link to it in the comments. So let's see, on to our first host of the day. Here to tell you a little bit more, Shadi from ASTA, also known as Mike, and Jen Lee are gonna get into it. So let's take it away.
Welcome back to Host Week with Host Agency Reviews. Mike Shadi here, Senior Director of Marketing from ASTA. Excited to be talking to Jen Lee, President of Vacation Planners. Jen, how are we doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, and Happy New Year to everybody. I cannot believe we're already almost through with the first month of 2025. Crazy.
That is absolutely insane. Jen, let's get right into it. What are you most excited for your network in the upcoming year?
Well, Mike, you know, Vacation Planners just launched just a few months ago, about 4 or 5 months ago, and we've already got our first set of franchisees. So my network is small but mighty, and I think what I'm most excited about is seeing how our bold prediction of increasing an advisor's business by 40%, as well as decreasing the 70%, over 70% of their non-selling activities. I'm excited to see how their businesses grow. That done for you marketing and technology, integrated technology approach and national presence. It's something that I firmly believe will help everybody. So that's really the exciting part, seeing what happens with our current franchisees and how we grow our network.
Now, starting a business and working from home can be isolating, as you well know. So how do you foster community within your IC network?
You know, within our franchisee network, I believe community is really all about the willingness to collaborate and share. And so because we've partnered with Turn, our CRM partner, as well as some of the other things we're doing behind the scenes just for our franchisees, you know, it's going to foster that collaboration and that ease of use for them to connect. Also, you know, I've got a great Facebook group called Legacy Driven Travel Professionals. That really has nothing to do with vacation planners, and everyone listening, feel free to join. It's not a vacation planners Facebook group, but it's a group that's really dedicated to those who are interested in elevating the professionalism within the industry and being part of, you know, the next 2 generations of travelers and travel advisors. So I just think it's really about fostering collaboration through safe community outreach.
Absolutely. And even when you're in that community, a lot of advisors start to feel burnout, whether
Yes.
it's when they first to reach a certain level of sales or because of that isolation that we talked about. So what kind of resources and support do vacation planners offer to overcome that obstacle?
I think a big part of burnout, Mike, is really that advisors find themselves very much in a reactive mode. Once you start getting to that $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 sales production in a 12-month period, you end up in reaction mode, which means you are kind of subjective to the phone calls and the emails and the requests that are coming into you, and you don't feel like you're in control. And that control is really a big part of joy in our businesses, feeling like you are setting the stage, you are setting the roadmap really for your business. And that's the whole reason we started Vacation Planners, and the way that we did it was because we want to take a lot of those burdens that really take up the time of the travel advisor in the reactive mode, so that they can be more proactive and more engaged in their community. And, I'm a big believer in your local community. Get out of your house, be part of the chamber, show up to the 5Ks, sponsor your local softball team, get out of the house and make an impact in your actual community. So I think it's really that. It's being more proactive, more in control of your business, and of where you're spending your time and your energy.
And specifically, like dialing in on that question, what is one daily practice you'd encourage advisors to engage in to help grow that business, to help have some of those kinds of activities you're talking about?
I'm a huge believer in the early bird gets the worm. I know all these late people who stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning are going to tell me opposite. But for me, I know I personally set my alarm for 4 a.m., even though my office hours don't start till 8 a.m. But I set it at 4. I get up and I ease into my day. I spend a good portion of my morning in that creative, inspirational, motivational mode, which gets my mind free. And then I really focus a lot on ensuring that my tasks are written out. I'm kind of a write out I'm a checkbox girl. Are you a line or a circle person on your to-do list?
I check every time.
Yeah. But do you have a box or do you have a line?
It's a line. Yeah. I don't do the boxes.
Yeah. So we all have a different method. So I think it's really important for folks to really kind of dig into that and understand where your what's the word I'm looking for? Where your natural circadian rhythm is, and take advantage of it. So my best practice is I get up early in the morning and I start my day on my terms versus on somebody else's terms, which is typically the emails that are bing, 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 bing coming in. So start your day on your terms. I was listening to a podcast just recently, and somebody referred to it as the hygiene of your business. Just like you have personal hygiene every morning where you brush your teeth and you wash your face and you do all of that. What is the hygiene that you're doing with your business? I thought it was really smart.
Okay, but there are some days where I know Jen Lee doesn't always wake up very early or go to bed very early.
Mm-hmm.
There are also some nights that Jen Lee stays out. So if you are out with your agency and you are serenading them with a karaoke song, what song would it be? And I'm hearing there are bonus points that are going to be involved if you share that karaoke song with us now.
Well, first off, people would hang up immediately if I started singing it, but I have a handful of songs that are in my playlist that I play when I'm like getting ready for a presentation. But I love this question. So for me, it would be Unwritten by Natasha Benfield. Are you familiar with that? And I actually printed out a couple of the words because I was loving it. It's like, I'm unwritten, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. And, here's the thing. None of our stories are fully written. There is no true hard and fast roadmap. You have to give yourself a chance to kind of breathe through it. I love this part. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. So just open up yourself to knowing that every step, every decision that you make is helping you gain clarity of what the next decision and the what next step should be. So download that song and sing it with me.
Sing it along with Jen, sing it along with Mike here from ASTA. I don't think there's any better closing that we could do for this. So thank you so much, Jen, for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I really want to sing along to that, but I don't know that song. I'm going to look this up after, though, because I love the wording that you mentioned, Jen, and that none of our stories are fully written. There's not a perfect roadmap, because that does fit perfectly with all of you newbies out there. We know it's confusing as you're getting started and starting your own business. It's scary. You want that roadmap, but you got to kind of embrace the unexpected nature of starting up a business. It's a wonderful time in your life. So thank you, Jen. Thank you all for tuning in. Welcome to the Meet the Host segment. You may recognize our next host agency, which is Travel Planners International. They are frequent guests on our Friday 15 podcast. They are also, again, part of Vacation Planners, is like the franchise division or the sister branch of Travel Planners International. So if you don't know what our Friday 15 is, by the way, it is our weekly podcast where on Fridays at 12 p.m. Central Time, we answer the industry questions you submitted. We did one live earlier today that you can use the short links, the timestamps in the description of YouTube to watch. So let's see. I am not going to spoil anything for you about the Friday 15. So I want to bring in, sorry, I was looking at the comments here, but it's a little bit delayed and all I see is Jen just swaying like a breeze. So with that, Louise, let's go ahead and bring in Alvin and Dave from TPI to see what they have to say.
All right. So greetings again, everyone. So glad to see everyone back here. It's me again, Alvin Adriano, Director of Education at ASTA, and I'm super excited. I'm joined by a special guest today. So without further ado, let me please welcome Dave Meyerhofer, VP of Sales and Engagement for Travel Planners International, or TPI for short. Hi, Dave.
How you doing, Alvin? Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, so good to have you, and welcome to Host Week, and I hope you're doing well. What's been going on for you, and how's life been?
Life has been insanely busy, but a lot of great stuff happening, both on a personal and professional level. TPI has been my home now for nearly 9 months. I'm working my way up to my first year at TPI, but I am definitely not new to the industry. So, but it's been a great first year, 9 months right now.
That's and it's new beginnings is always great. You always find the blessings and when you have new opportunities. And you mentioned you're at TPI. I mean, what's going on? What's the new things, or what's new to TPI this year, and what are you most excited for?
Yeah, so quite a bit right now. Thankfully, we've had such a strong history. Business is flourishing. Numbers continue to rise. Not only obviously, financially, sales wise, but with our advisor community and the number of advisors that we do have. We do pride ourselves in bringing on, quality advisors, whether they're new to the industry, in some cases experienced, but overall, thankfully, TPI is thriving. For me, what I'm most excited about is really the engagement side of my role. And when I say engagement, obviously that means engaging with our advisor community. We have, robust incentive programs. We have a number of events, social media platforms like Facebook groups, places like that, that we offer to our advisors. So we continually look to build upon those things, but offer, whether it's a new incentive program, new trips and events, obviously is a big part of what we do.
Yeah.
Probably average maybe about one live event per month, along with dozens of virtual events all throughout the year that make it happen. But for me, it's some of those new events that we'll be bringing on, along with the incentive programs.
That's awesome. And you talk about engagement. That's so important, especially for new entrants coming in. As a solo entrepreneur, it can get sometimes lonely, isolated in your own workspace. You're always on the road. How do you guys at TPI really create and nurture a sense of community for all your advisors?
Sure. First and foremost, we have, over 5,000 advisors all throughout the United States. So one of the easiest ways to help or to help foster and create engagement is through social media. As I mentioned before, TPI, we have a number of Facebook groups, including our TPI family group, which is for every single advisor under TPI. And we have a few individual ones for some of our top producing advisors. We have our luxury sellers that have their group, and many others. So we provide communities within the community. And that's just on the social media front. But in addition to that, I mentioned, all the events we have throughout the year, both live and virtual. But one of the great things that we are putting a lot of emphasis on now is our advocate program. So the advocate program with Travel Planners International, it's a system right now of just under 50 advisors or agency owners who are under the TPI umbrella, all throughout the United States, who actually set up local meetings and events in partnership with some of our suppliers and travel partners there. But all of our advocates work as an extension or an arm of TPI, just because we have so much going on from a headquarter level. We work closely with these advocates, excuse me, so that they can go ahead and offer additional trainings, educational opportunities, events, and things like that, and support, again, a large bulk of our advisor community who might not otherwise be able to get to all these other events.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, there's just so many different business models for ICs out there. There's no one way to be successful, and it's having, I guess, a sounding board or groups of advisors that's like-minded, that's business focused, that are looking to grow and scale. Those are important resources that you need to tap to, and I'm glad that TPI is doing something like that to engage and make sure advisors feel welcome and just being able to connect.
It's Alvin, I'm sorry. One more thing like that, because I get on a bit of a soapbox when we talk about engaging with the advisor community and creating that community sense within a host, right? And for us, it's TPI, but now more than ever, and as obviously, like AI, right? AI has come into the travel industry, punch us all in the face. Right now, those who are embracing it are growing with it. But AI technology, I always, the old cell phone, right? Everybody has become so accustomed to maybe sitting in front of their computer more and more, talking to people. My daughters, right? They're on their phone. That their friends are through their phones now. It's like play dates. What was that? Go outside and run around the neighborhood. That's years
Now it's
old.
virtual play dates or something.
So, and that's just a comparison with, like, on a personal level with kids and whatnot. But same thing goes for us in this world. We can become so consumed with what we're doing in a home office all by ourselves. And that includes me, right? Working from home sometimes, where it's ever that much more critical that we provide as a host. We provide those platforms and opportunities for the advisors to, get face-to-face, have a cup of coffee with somebody. Don't just chat over the phone or over Zoom and whatnot. But yeah, so there's a lot of emphasis in regards to building that community and making sure we're embracing our advisors as much as possible.
No, that's great. And we mentioned it before. I mean, when you scale and grow, sometimes you feel all alone and isolated, and sometimes you just get your head in the ground and you're just working, focused, and trying to make your business successful. And that's where sometimes advisors can get burned out because they're just so focused. They're trying to reach milestones and success levels. For the flip side, those advisors that are constantly reaching and exceeding expectations, how do you help and support them so that they can continuously grow and achieve their success?
Yeah, the biggest thing we do there, and again, not pat ourselves on the back, but we do, while we have a large number of advisors, we do provide as much access to our executive team as possible. And when I say that, right, I may not have the answers to everything, but many of times I'll do one-on-one calls with our advisors where I work as a sounding board. It's more, I even joke around with some of our advisors, like I feel like it's a therapy session. But just, on that front, myself and other leaders within our executive team, having those engaging opportunities, being accessible and not just kind of that name on the website or just that email address that you're shooting emails to and not getting any response. So from a leadership perspective, making sure we're available to the advisors. And then in addition to that, and this somewhat goes back to, providing a sense of community, but making sure that we are providing opportunities for like-minded advisors, right? Like, the newer advisors tend to gravitate towards the other newer advisors, right? Because they're in the same part of their career or just starting off. Same thing with our top level, what we call platinum advisors, right? Top selling agencies and agency owners that are out there. Many of them want to communicate with, network with like-minded other agency owners who maybe are at that, sales
Exactly.
threshold, whatever they're doing, because it helps, right? Like I
It
tend to
does.
gravitate towards my friends or my family when I have, stress, concerns, worries, whatever it may be. So speaking to on the front of our advisors when they're facing, burnout, when they facing, maybe they feel alone, right? I'm the only one going through this moment in time,
Yeah.
and losing a big group or whatever other woes they go through in a travel sense. We try to provide as many platforms and opportunities for those advisors to commune together, but also at a headquarter level.
Oh, I love that. And sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And when we say networking, expanding your reach, it's sometimes talking to these people who may have insights on how to broaden your perspective, because people just don't realize all of us go through the same challenges. We may experience it through different lenses, but it's so helpful when you can connect and reach out to those who are successful or those that you admire, because they help you guide your own decision making.
100%. And that's one thing too from our side, right? Like I am not a selling travel advisor, right? I've never owned a travel agency. I've never, gone on and made hundreds of bookings every year. That just hasn't been my side of the business. I came over from the supplier side. So, and again, I am one example, but me working from a headquarter level and now engaging with and having conversations with our advisors, in some cases, very successful, high producing advisors, I can hopefully, and my goal is to provide some insight from all of the experiences I've had working with thousands on top of thousands of travel advisors that are out there. And every one of them is different, but I could hopefully provide a little bit of a different perspective than just a potential like pigeonhole of just advisors on top of advisors when it comes to networking or offering some advice and things like that. So
Yeah, that's great. And you have tons of experience. I mean, now that you're on this side, the agent side, you talked about being on the supplier side. I mean, what are things that you do in your daily practice that other advisors can implement in their own operations or in their personal professional life to help grow their business?
Sure. So for me, I speak about this off and on just because it's one of the first things that like pops out when I try to say, if you have one piece of advice for an advisor or selling agency. So I always use the term antennas up. Antennas up. Alvin, I don't know how old you are. I'm an old guy. So I remember growing up in a house where our television had antennas on top of it, like literally the metal rods, right? And if they weren't in the right position, you would not have a clear screen in front of you, right? It would be fuzzy, pixelated, whatever. So you'd have to get up from the couch or a seat, right? And actually fix them a little bit and be like, all right, now my screen is good, and go sit down. Same thing with a radio, radios back in the day. I was like, all right, the antenna had to be in a perfect position so you could hear it clearly. So when I use the term or the analogy of antennas up, what I'm speaking about is, always being mindful of who you're interacting with, what you're hearing, what you're seeing, opportunity. That's the big thing. It's opportunity. I have, and again, being in the business for quite a bit, I have multiple examples of times where the fact that, I noticed something or I heard, I'm at a family barbecue and there's 50 people there and I hear somebody, oh, we just got back for our family cruise. Oh yeah, there was 25 of us that went, but like something like that, that for me as a selling advisor, mental note, person over there went on a big family cruise. Maybe they do this every year. Is it opportunity? That kind of thing. I'm not sitting there, doing a sales pitch at every family barbecue. But opportunities like that might be right in front of you, that people tend to, and I've done it too. Let it pass by, right? Yeah, I don't want to be bothered. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Or you're putting out fires. So opportunities when it comes to sales, but also, keeping your antennas up when it comes just to, building your business, operations, chat GPT, right? AI. That's one thing for me. I've been pushing aside. I'm like, I can't get into it. It makes me, I don't know how to work it. But that's one of those things too, seeing and hearing about the opportunity with it over and over again for me. Finally, I dove into it, and now it's helping me in a variety of ways work-wise. It's even helped me last night, helping my daughter with a math test, providing a sample test that I put together for her. So it's things like that, keeping your antennas up and then acting on some of those opportunities.
Love that. Love that. And not to, I mean, I think HAR provided a youth filter, so I look a little bit younger on the screen, so don't mind me. But I don't know if a lot of the viewers out there even know what television snow is. You know, when they don't have that, they just have buffering or,
You missed the good old days.
Yeah. So we're now to my favorite time of the interview time. So Dave, if you were to perform a song for karaoke in front of your peers, what would you choose?
Okay, so I'm bad because I know a lot of songs. I am karaoke. Thankfully, the words are in front of you. So anyway, what I would choose in front of my peers would be "Eye of the Tiger." "Eye of the Tiger," which was made famous from the Rocky.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So there's many lines in there, and I say "Eye of the Tiger" because I feel like, you know, in business, in sales, and in this very competitive industry we work in, no matter what way you slice it, everybody, right? This is a competitive environment, and there's advisors and agencies out there everywhere, and there's enough business to go around. But at the end of the day, right, you want to get that next group, you want to get that next big booking. So I say "Eye of the Tiger." By who is that? Survivor, I think. But in any case, can I read a line to you? I actually
Yeah.
have it.
Let's hear it.
So I'm not gonna. I'll spare.
Oh,
you.
I thought you were gonna sing it.
No, I don't want to. Listen, this is gonna live out in the world for a while. So, all right. So here's just again a few of the lines. So it's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. And basically that just means go out there, get it, close those deals, book those groups, book that next couple on an adventure of a lifetime or a honeymoon, and have the eye of the tiger in everything that you do, and win, win, win.
Love it. So Dave, thank you for being on the show. Before we let you go, is there a special that you want to share to all our viewers for Host Week?
Sure. So any new advisors that actually register and sign up with TPI during the month of February, so basically up until the end of February, we'll do this from now right through the end of February. We'll offer actually complimentary membership with ASTA. So TPI will take care of that for you. It's over a $200 value, providing a variety of educational opportunities, opportunities for different certifications. I know, obviously, ASTA being one of the biggest advocates of the travel community in the travel world. So you have all of those advantages. FAMs, I mean, Alvin, you know better than I do with everything that ASTA has to offer, but really there's tremendous value there. So it's an extra little bonus, little gift for those that may come over to TPI.
Well, that's an amazing offer. Thank you for joining us on the show. Again, for all the viewers out there, we're going to drop a link to TPI in the chat. But again, Dave, thank you for joining us here. Dave Meyerhofer from TPI. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Alvin.
All right, now sending it back to Steph. Take care, everyone.
Thanks so much, Alvin. Did anyone else enjoy Alvin getting so excited when he thought that Dave was going to be like, dun, 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 dun. Dave, that was a missed opportunity. We were really looking forward to your singing voice, but we'll forgive you because that is a great hype music and an amazing song choice. So thank you. And what a great giveaway. We talked about ASTA earlier and their partnership with us during the Host Week interviews, and giving a free membership is fantastic. To let people know, ASTA also has their own special going on too. So if you use HAR special, you'll receive $50 off a 1 year of membership. And for those of you that are new, they have a future travel professional membership that is only $103 a year. So join TPI, you get a free one, or you can use the HAR promo code and get $50 off. So it's win-win-win. It's a great deal for all that access to the education, the events, the networking, and being able to tap into that local chapter, the ASTA chapter. And you have until February 15th to take advantage of the ASTA special, the end of February to take advantage of the TPI schedule. So mark your calendars so you don't miss those dates. Now, just a reminder that if you have questions for any of the hosts out there, drop them in the comments and do not feel shy. Nearly all of the hosts will have someone in the comments from their team to help out. And we're getting a lot of comments about the love for ASTA. And I see Talent to Travel saying they already signed up for ASTA. You could try reaching out to them and letting them know about the HAR special if you signed up recently, Talent to Travel, and they might be able to give you a little bit of refund or something else, maybe put it towards an event in the future. So next up, we are going to drop into Cruise Planners for our next host. We're going to put the link to their profile in the comments so you can look up more information and read their advisor reviews. And like Vacation Planners, they are a host franchise hybrid, which means that they are a franchise and have that franchise model of a brand in a box. But they also share that accreditation number with all of their franchisees, which puts them in the host bucket. So we will drop a link in the comments to an article that explains a little bit more about the franchise model for those that are unfamiliar with it. There's some differences between a host franchise hybrid and a regular host. So here's a little dish on Cruise Planners for all y'all. This is a 100% female-owned company that is the #1 ranked franchise by Entrepreneur for 18 years running. And they are members of Signature Travel Network for their consortium, who we heard from earlier today. And then the CP, or Cruise Planners Network, has over $1 billion in sales. So we have Pam from ASTA doing the interview. So let's take it away and see what she has to say.
Hello, and thank you. I am Pam Bonin, Director of Strategic Member Partnerships for ASTA, and I am thrilled to be a part of Host Agency Reviews 2025 Host Week. I've always been in the audience watching, and I get to be a part of it, which is such an honor. So I am here with Scott Keff. He is the Chief Strategy Officer for Cruise Planners. Hi,
well, hello,
Scott.
Pam. Great to see you.
Yes, absolutely. It is all about Cruise Planners for the next 15 minutes. So I'm going to dive in if that's okay.
Please. And it's such a pleasure to be with you. You know, I love this industry and I'm a big supporter of ASTA, and you do a fabulous job for them. And so thank you for taking care of this interview today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what are you most excited about for your network for the upcoming year?
Well, I would say that I'm most excited about the continuing trend that we're seeing overall. We've come off of a couple of extraordinary years, and I think that's pretty much a general statement in the industry. I think across the board, everyone has had certainly a couple of fabulous years. In our network in particular, we're setting records on a regular basis. We're seeing more people achieve their goals. You know, we certainly celebrate great sales success, but a lot of what we celebrate is for our advisors to hit their goals, because you know, we have part-time people, full-time people, people who, you know, want to make millions, and people who just want to, you know, supplement their income. So at the end, our goal is to help them hit their goals. And I'm probably most excited about the combination of our technology, which I think is industry leading, and the fact that it saves time for the advisors. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much you sell, the question that rarely gets asked in our business is, well, how many hours did you put in to get to that sales figure? Is it everybody, we all cheer and jump up and down about how well somebody's done. But if they put in 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, suddenly it's not a very exciting business. So our job is to really help with that efficiency. And I'm excited about all the resources that we're providing to help them have a better quality of life as well as more sales.
Great. That's great. Time is one of our most precious resources. That's great that you've got to focus on that. That's important. It's great. So starting a business and working from home can be a bit isolating. And how do you build and foster a community within Cruise Planners among your advisor network, among your
That's a great question. You know, I've been in this industry started as a cruise-only travel agency, which at the time, now I'm not going to say something really bad about ASTA here, but I am going to say in those days they wouldn't even let us join ASTA because we weren't considered real travel advisors. So I was kind of on a fringe many years ago, and then I kind of migrated my career over to home-based agents. And if you remember, there was a time when home-based advisors were considered kind of a fringe. Well, now they're I think they make up the majority of travel advisors, actually. So I've always been on kind of that radical side and have really grown up over the last 20 years around that home-based concept. And you are 100% right. It is both a blessing and can be a curse, right? It's wonderful that we have all the resources and all of the communication abilities for us to work from home. But the way that we, I think, have really addressed that, and I think do a great job with helping our advisors not feel isolated and feel part of the community, is partly our culture, right? Is that we just have a very strong culture of the benefit of having one common brand, which we can get behind that brand. We're known in the industry for our green and our color green. And while that might be an advertising aspect, the reality is it also kind of just is part of our family approach, that everything kind of falls together. And one of the things that we do differently than most other hosts or organizations is that we have a whole coaching network, and people who come on with us get assigned a personal coach. So certainly everyone has support teams and can answer incoming inquiries, and we have that also. We have a great, what we call our care team, but we have coaches that are reaching outbound, and they're reaching out to our advisors and coaching them, and that varies depending on either regionally or what their sales level are in terms of which coaches they're working with. And then, of course, in addition to that, we do have a lot of in-person events. We have a number of those, well over 25 a year, that are available to our advisors to come together. Because as much as home-based, and we want to reach out with all of our online training and all of our coaching and everything else, you just can't beat looking to somebody eyeball to eyeball. So we do recommend that all of our folks a couple times a year try to come out and go to one of our in-person meetings.
Smart. That's wonderful. A lot of travel advisors, they start to feel burnt out, right? Sometimes there's a little chatter about being burnt out once they reach a certain level of sales. So how does your community and the resources and support that you provide help your advisors or those that are in your network overcome this obstacle?
So I think it's a great question. It's interesting. It's either burnout or just overwhelmed, right? I mean, sure. The answer to being burnt out is go take a trip, right? I mean, and we're one of the few organizations, one of the few industries in the world that we tell our people to leave more often and to go out and enjoy what they actually sell. And most of the time, I don't have to convince someone of that. But the truth is that one of the benefits of our business is that we have an extraordinary product to sell, be it a cruise, an all-inclusive, a resort, a stay in a fabulous island, whatever it might be. And of course, there's a whole nother rationale behind that. That also allows you to do social media and everything else to tell people what you're doing and experience it. So travel in and of itself, the best way to kind of overcome burnout is to experience the product that we actually sell. So I'd say that I think reignites the passion. I often tell people now that, a love of travel isn't something unique once you get into our business, because that's kind of the ticket to entry for everybody who is a travel advisor today. They have to be passionate about travel. Mm-hmm. The question is, what do you do about it? And then how do you capitalize on that passion and turn it into business and turn it into sales? And so I think that kind of covers the burnout side. The other side of burnout, though, and again, I'd say maybe it's overwhelmed, is getting to a certain volume level where you can grow more, you can do more, but you just don't have the hours in the day. And I'll come back, and kind of a recurring theme here, maybe in our interview, is it's all about time, right? It's all about the amount of time. The reason somebody feels overwhelmed, or the reason they even get burnout, is that they're spending too much time doing something. Whatever that something is, that's what's going to lead to that. So our technology is designed to really help them kind of corral that time and to be able to simplify what they do and to make it more efficient, that they can get more done in a certain amount of time. In addition to that, we've actually just announced, and we're going to be bringing out in the very short term here, a program that's designed for bringing on assistants. Now, we already have a program where they can bring on what we call associates, which you might call outside salespeople, whatever, and they can work with those. Each franchise can have their own outside salespeople. But what we've seen a trend, and this is a trend across the industry too, is that whether it's virtual assistants or they're hiring, Susie next door or whatever it might be, they bring on an assistant. And so our technology is now being designed. We have a program set up that an assistant come in and help you do things within our system and actually even do it under your name. So we've really created now a system to help people when they get to that level. And I always tell people, look, when you get to a certain level of sales and you're thinking, I might want to bring an assistant, do it now. Don't wait until you're so overwhelmed that you don't even have the time to teach your assistant, right? So as soon as you start thinking, I'm doing pretty well here, and then bring on that assistant, whoever it might be. Beauty of our system is our technology has now been designed to embrace that.
Love that. I love that advice to get ahead of it. Right.
Mhm.
It's almost like there's a little bit of pain management.
That's
Just,
exactly right.
before it gets too serious, anticipate your needs. That's a great piece of advice, Scott. So, what is one daily practice you'd encourage advisors to engage in to help grow their business?
Well, I'll say it generically, and then of course I'm going to be a little bit commercial here about how we address that. But I'm going to come back to our theme of the day here, which is time management. At the end, I'm asked all the time, I've been doing this for over 40 years. I watch travel advisors. I try to read everything I can get my hands on in sales and marketing, et cetera. No matter the industry and no matter the business, if someone asks me, gee, what is it that really sets people apart to become more successful, right? I'm asked all the time, how do I get to $1 million in sales? How do I increase my sales? How do I become a successful travel advisor? And of course, we can always talk about, product knowledge, this, that, and the other thing. But at the end of the day, what I have found is it all comes down to time management. It all comes down to no matter how many hours you're putting into your business. And again, that varies all over the place. But however many hours, what is the most efficient way you can use that? And are you scheduling that time? And so time management, to me, it comes down to two primary things. It really comes down to calendaring what you do and knowing which hours you're going to put in, and not, well, I'll get to it someday, or gee, after I watch this movie, I'm going to do that. No, you've got to calendar it. You got to say, this is when I'm going to work on my business, whatever those hours are, full-time, part-time, whatever it is. And then secondly, you've got to have a plan of what you're going to do with those hours, right? And it's got to be very specific. Now that can start with, I'll say generically, yes, you can create a to-do list and have your to-do list that you check off, and that's been around forever. And I'd certainly think it's very successful. The commercial part of this is that we've actually designed our system, our technology around that concept. Now we call it a task manager system, and it really is, I'll say, a very sophisticated to-do list that you can create tasks around a reservation. And so you have those preset far in advance, not only when you're going to contact the customers, but of course, things like final payments, when you're going to look at shore excursions, when you're going to check dining, all of those different things are pre-scheduled and part of your to-do list. We also then have that ability to do it within marketing concepts, within all the other aspects of your business, that all of them can create these tasks. Those tasks then become calendared, and then literally you can open up your system every single morning and say, what's the most important thing that I need to do right now? And you just start going through the list. And we've found that that's probably been the biggest game changer from a technology perspective. I think most everybody's shaking their head. Yeah, I know it's time management. I know it's time management. But the question is, what's your solution? And the problem is that if you use 14 different things to try to keep in touch of it, it's as bad as having Post-it notes surrounding your computer, right? As it's not efficient. And we've built our entire system that's all interrelated, all connected to take advantage of that. Which, by the way, I'll throw in on that, includes AI. And a lot of people say, oh, AI is so important to our business. And people say, oh, yeah, you need to go over and do that, et cetera. Well, the difference with us is we've actually put AI into the workflow of the advisors so that it's available right when they're creating the email. It's available when they're deciding what to do with their communication and all of the other elements. We even have it built into our ability to ask questions within the system that'll automatically say, hey, here are the special sailings we have. Here are the special offers we have on this supplier, et cetera. So
that's great, Scott. Yeah, identifying the issue, the stress points, and you having resources and tools in your technology and leveraging that. That's really great. That's awesome. All right. So 2 more questions. We've got just a couple minutes left.
Okay.
Karaoke. If you were to serenade your agency network with the karaoke song, what song would it be?
Advisor. So I was kind of on a fringe many years ago. And then I kind of migrated my career over to home-based agents. And if you remember, there was a time when home-based advisors were considered kind of a fringe. Well, now they're I think they make up the majority of travel advisors, actually. So I've always been on kind of that radical side and have really grown up over the last 20 years around that home-based concept. And you are 100% right. It is both a blessing and can be a curse, right? It's wonderful that we have all the resources and all of the communication abilities for us to work from home. But the way that we, I think, have really addressed that, and I think do a great job with helping our advisors not feel isolated and feel part of the community, is partly our culture, right? Is that we just have a very strong culture of the benefit of having one common brand, which we can get behind that brand. We're known in the industry for our green and our color green. And while that might be an advertising aspect, the reality is it also kind of just is part of our family approach, that everything kind of falls together. And one of the things that we do differently than most other hosts or organizations is that we have a whole coaching network, and people who come on with us get assigned a personal coach. So certainly everyone has support teams and can answer incoming inquiries, and we have that also. We have a great, what we call our care team, but we have coaches that are reaching outbound, and they're reaching out to our advisors and coaching them. And that varies depending on either regionally or what their sales level are in terms of which coaches they're working with. And then, of course, in addition to that, we do have a lot of in-person events. We have a number of those, well over 25 a year, that are available to our advisors to come together. Because as much as home-based, and we want to reach out with all of our online training and all of our coaching and everything else, you know, you just can't beat looking to somebody eyeball to eyeball. So we do recommend that all of our folks a couple times a year try to come out and go to one of our in-person meetings. Financial side scare you off? Also, in terms of, people always look at, well, what's the split? And I always say, well, our split is very competitive. We call it a royalty. That's just the franchise term, that it is very competitive. But more importantly is, if I can help you make 2 more sales that no other host can make, you've more than made up for that split difference of even if somebody's paying you 100%. So the goal for us is finding folks that really want to grow their business, that want to have that efficiency of extraordinary technology that no one else in the industry has, and to build their business. And if that's the case, we have some extraordinary pricing opportunities, as much as free, for have it built into our ability to ask questions within the system that'll automatically say, hey, here are the special sailings we have, here are the special offers we have on this supplier, et cetera. So
that's great, Scott. Yeah, identifying the issue, the stress points, and you having resources and tools in your technology and leveraging that. That's really great. That's awesome. All right, so 2 more questions. We've got just a couple minutes left.
Okay.
Karaoke. If you were to serenade your agency network with the karaoke song, what song would it be?
Well, my agency network's probably afraid of you asking that question, because they know that I have the moniker of known as the singing salesman, because I have a background in musical theater. I'm passionate about musical theater, and it's what I've done for many years. And I integrate that into a lot of things that I write, as well as my training. So people have to put up with me singing on way too normal of a basis, probably. But I thought for today, I would take an example from a very popular movie that is now out, absolutely the #1 movie in the country at this point, which came from a very popular musical that has been out there. And so here we go. Popular, you're gonna be popular. Cruise planners will lead the way, and you'll shout hooray with all the sales you'll make today. La 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 la, we're gonna make you popular. Lar. There you go.
Love it. That was wonderful. What a way to almost end your interview. We've got one more tiny question here for you. That was wonderful. Is there anything else special that you'd like to end with today? That was quite special, but anything else?
Yeah, I think I will say, a lot of people look at us and they say, oh, you're a franchise, that's going to be more expensive, that's more restrictive. I think, again, I'm going to just recommend do your homework, talk to our folks. I think you'll learn, number one, that having a franchise means that we have a common brand, means our marketing can be a lot stronger and a lot better. And it also does not mean more expensive. I think you'll find that, first of all, we are as little as free, depending if you have a book of business, and we're greatly reduced in cost if you have some experience in travel. And so, again, don't let the financial side scare you off. Also, in terms of people always look at, well, what's the split? And I always say, well, our split is very competitive. We call it a royalty. That's just the franchise term, that it is very competitive. But more importantly is, if I can help you make 2 more sales that no other host can make, you've more than made up for that split difference of even if somebody's paying you 100%. So the goal for us is finding folks that really want to grow their business, that want to have that efficiency of extraordinary technology that no one else in the industry has, and to build their business. And if that's the case, we have some extraordinary pricing opportunities, as much as free, for anyone who might be listening looking to grow their business.
Great. Scott, thank you so much for spending time with us today. Always good to talk to you and learn more about cruise planners. We're going to put a link to your website in the comments. And to all of the advisors, thank you for following us, and we'll see you on the next host agency interview.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us during that tech glitch. But the nice thing was you got to hear more about cruise planners. And Scott, that was really, really fantastic singing salesman. It's like that this year's Host Week's fun question was tailor-made for you. So had me dancing behind the scenes. And a lot of love for you in the comments for that. So love that you sang. Thank you so much. Well, let's see. This is the HAR team's favorite session of the week because we are exiting out of our Meet the Hosts and we are moving into our Luminary Awards, people. It is like the capstone of the week. And if you haven't heard, the Luminary Awards are best of the best host agencies of the year. So these are the engaged hosts who are responsive with HAR readers. They're making sure that they're getting in reviews so that you can have a really great experience when you're looking for a host agency. Now, we have 4 awards possible, and we will break down, well, technically 5, but anyhow, we'll break down each one for you, and we are going to unveil the winners, and then we do our big hurrah, and the big hurrah is the HAR team comes into something special, but our final award, the Galaxy Award, is for host agencies that have swept it. So they have received all 4 of the Luminary Awards. One of the things for all of you to know is this is not pay to play or anything along those lines. We want every host to be able to participate. That's always been really important for us as a team, and kind of the foundation of HAR is we don't want it to be pay to play, and we don't want people that are smaller host agencies that don't have larger budgets not to be included in things because of that. So the way we do it with our Luminary Awards is we have different eligibility requirements depending on a host agency size. I am not going to bore you with our tiers and the requirements, but if you're looking for more information on that, you can go to har.news/besthost. And what I love about this year is that so many hosts have won awards. It's great to see because it's a sign that this amazing and fast-growing segment of hosted advisors has a ton of support to lean on. There's a lot of hosts that are active on there. So let me go ahead and bring in the entire HAR team here. Just a reminder that Shayna is up in the air, and so she is not able to join us as far as I am aware. So we'll bring the team on. We'll do the Luminary Awards. Hello, everybody. Oh, Abby, you remembered I forgot to bring my astronaut helmet and my, if you've watched prior year Luminary Awards, which you should, we do strange things like have disco ball planters and astronaut helmets and all sorts of other things. This year, we don't have that, but we do have something very special for you. So we created Host Week to help advisors find a host that's perfect for them, but we don't envy you because there are a lot of hosts out there to find your forever host, especially after listening to all of these fantastic interviews this week. And these Luminary Awards are just one of the ways that we're able to recognize the most engaged hosts. And you, this is a little fun fact. So you actually see the host that won all year round, because on their profiles, you may have noticed some of the hosts have their Luminary Award badges up on their profiles. That's from this. So how do you find the Luminary Award winners? You head on over to the host agency list, and there's actually in the more filters section, you can select that you want to find someone that has won a Luminary Award, and then it will show everybody that has won. And then you can also, of course, follow the blog post that has all the criteria as well, har.news/best host. So let's have each of us describe from the team and then present one of the awards. So I'm going to kick things off with the Nebula Award. This is the award that people receive for getting new reviews on the site over the course of a year. So if you see that beauteous badge, I think Mary wrote these. If you see that beauteous badge to the left of the profile, it means they are attracting happy new advisors and getting some new reviews. So Luis, let's play the Nebula slideshow, please. Very, very nice. And by the way, in case you missed the intro to the team in the very beginning, I just want to introduce everyone really quick in case you missed this is the behind the scenes team that is putting Host Week together and making everything run smoothly in the background. We have Mary Stein, who is always in the comments out there. She's the one that writes a lot of our articles, has been with HAR for a long time. She's no stranger to you. We have Abby Von Goren down there, who is also in the comments all this week. She does the Friday 15, so she does our support on the site. I'm sure you've talked with her, and she jumped in headfirst last year during Host Week after only being with us for a few weeks. So amazing, Abby. And then we have Rita Perez down here, who is our scheduler, holds all the glue together to make Host Week happen, and has been with us for the last couple Host Weeks. So big thank you to this team. Could not have done it without you. And we do not have a picture of Luis or Juan. We did ask Luis to give us a plant photo because apparently he has plants, no pets. So we may see the picture of a plant if he has one later. But let's jump into, oh, and by the way, if you did go to har.news/best host and it was 2024 awards, I just fixed it. So you should be good to go now. All right. So Mary, tell us about the Constellation Award.
Oh, well, I love the Constellation Award. So our Constellation Award is for the host agencies who really engage with all you folks on their profiles. So they answer your questions, they respond to your reviews, and they're really invested in keeping you as informed as possible. And so how do you know if this is the host? They have this badge on their profile that you're about to see in the video. Take it away.
Excelente. All right, let's see. What are we on now? We just did constellation. Abby, do you want to do supernova? Oh yeah, except for you're on mute. So
Oh yeah. All right. So supernova. I love this one. And I'm going to use this as a demonstration device. So sometimes a star gets so big and so bright, it's about to explode. That describes our supernova perfectly because it honors the host agencies that have 4-star rating or on average or more, and have also gotten at least one new review in the past year. So like Mary said, you'll see the badge on the profile of the hosts that have this and have achieved this goal. Thank you. Let's roll that slideshow.
Oh, that was so great. Congrats to everyone that has won. Let's see. Next up, we have our Data Scientist Award. So for those that aren't familiar with the Data Scientist, we do a big survey every year, which is very exciting. Mary's in charge of it and comes up with all these reports. And part of that is with our host agency partners. So Mary or Rita, either of you can take this one.
I'll take it. Sorry, Rita, because it's a be still my
It's her
nerdy
baby. It's her
part,
baby.
passion project survey. Rita, jump in and help me out. But we like data so much over here at HAR. We're the nerds, the geeks, the dorks, the eggheads, the dweebs. Please enter your favorite word for nerd in the thread. And every year we publish really in-depth reports on all different travel advisor segments. And that data doesn't come from nowhere. We partner with the host agencies, franchises, consortia, and they help us reach their network to participate and make those reports amazing. And so our Data Scientist Award recognizes the host agencies and franchises that make these efforts so successful and our reports so beautiful. So please, Luis, if you can run the data size slideshow, I would be so grateful.
All right, congrats again to all of the winners. Now our last award is the Galaxy Award, and this is for the hosts that have gone the extra mile and they have received the reward in every category listed above. So we are so excited about the Galaxy Award every year. We reveal it with a very fancy video, but we also get to send them a fun gift. This year, they were able to get an astronomy laser as well as star maps, so they can check those out. So this one is hard to get. There's not as many as you see on the other ones. So you know, if you see a Galaxy badge on their profile, they mean business. So let's play the Galaxy show and see who the winners are this year. Huge congrats to Dugans as well as Gifted Travel Network. Yay! Love the dog picture in there. Ha! So what did you all think? Not your average award ceremony. Abby put those videos together. I love the suspense with the Galaxy, by the way. So one of my favorite things about the Luminary Awards, besides the choreographing we get to do as a team, of course, is, which is hysterical, is that seeing the fun that the hosts have with it and participating in it. So it just gets better every year. Again, a hearty congrats to all of our winners. And if you're thinking this and thinking, my host is awesome, they should have received one, we think that too. And they definitely can. So again, the contest is available to hosts, all the hosts on our site, and it's free to be listed. We're going to put a link in the comments again once we all get back behind screen. That will give you more details on the criteria we use when giving away the Luminary Awards. And now, this is the tradition we have here at HAR, where we put us in the hot seat to answer the fun karaoke question that this year, because it's only fair, right? So, you're going to hear the HAR team sing, but before you do, we need to get some hype going in the comments, because we got to, you know, it's like we're a big band on stage and we need to hear the crowd roaring before we're going to come on. So give the HAR team some love, do some of the claps, do the emojis, the hearts. And we're not wearing our astronaut helmets this year, but we need the noise meter in the comments to be up to 100 before we're going to play the video. So we put a lot of work into what I will very lightly call our music video. So Rita, how did you feel our practices went? Because I think it's important we explain to people how seriously we took this question.
It was very serious. Weeks of trying to figure out first what the song would be. And then, you know, we had to get some of our glittery jams all together. So sequencing this jacket took a lot of work.
Yep.
And then just countless rehearsals, rehearsing all the lines, really tweaking to make sure that it was horrified as well as it could be.
That's perfect. And I know Rita has to run backstage so she can get ready for our next sessions. But thank you, Rita. And then we're seeing the love. Oh, the love is stopping a little bit. Okay, no, there it is. I'm loving it. Feeling good. So while we're getting hyped up in the comments, Abby, let's have you unveil the song that the HAR team would sing to all of you lovely people out there. And then Mary, afterwards, you can tell people why we chose that song.
Okay, everybody at your own desk, start the drum roll on the desk. Are you ready? Here we go. The song is Dancing in the Streets.
I love it.
It was so hard to pick a song, but ultimately, this is such a great song. It is reflective of HAR, because not only is it like a super fun, boppy, uplifting song, but the whole kind of message is everyone is welcome, come as you are. And I know it's not just me, but I've been in this threads along with Abby and Steph and Rita, and it's like dancing in the streets in this thread during host week. It's so much fun. And if you go to the video, they have great beehive hair. So there's also
Oh,
that.
thank you. I spent like an hour and a half trying to get my beehive. So, thank you.
Don't have much of a beehive. Not much to work with here.
Yeah. All right. I am seeing the love in here. I love it. Noise level is officially at 100. Thank you, everyone. We will be selling out Madison Square Garden soon. We hope you can get your tickets. So we shall keep you in suspense no longer. Luis, play our music video, please.
Calling out around the world.
Are you ready for a brand new beat? Host Week's here and the time is right.
For dancing in the street.
They're dancing down in Toronto.
Dancing in the street.
Down in Orlando.
Dancing in the street.
In Minnesota.
Dancing in the street.
All we need is music, sweet music.
There'll be music everywhere.
Everywhere.
That was just as bad good as I remember.
Me too. We should go on tour.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult to sing along together when everyone's internet speeds. We probably practiced for 3 hours, and this is the best we could do. So wonderful, wonderful. We hope you enjoyed the Har music video. And let's see. Mary, Abby, thank you for all your help. And we'll pop you guys back into the comments. One thing to mention, Shayna, I think I forgot to mention this. Shayna is in the air. Otherwise, she would be joining us too for this fun little thing. But at least you got to see her sing. All right, folks. So we are in the home stretch. It is hard to believe that all we have left is 3 EDUSPOTS and then our giveaways, but that is what reality is. So if you haven't registered already for our giveaways from Hilton, Celebrity Cruises, and Travel Republic Africa, you still have time. You can follow the link in the comments because we're going to be drawing them very soon. So make sure you get registered. And then speaking of drawing, we are also going to be doing our drawing for our Chinese New Year's $50 gift card before the end of the day too. So reminder that for every question you ask on a profile on HAR, and for every consortium or tech profile that you give a review to, that you submit, you get 1 entry for the $50 gift card. So get those babies in. You've got a couple hours left still. Now, kicking off today's EDUSPOT is Karen Morales with Go Joyward, which is a fabulous travel agency name. She is going to be sharing more about the growth of accessible multi-gen travel. And this is a particularly great fit since she travels with her family for 2+ months every year. Very enviable. As always, drop those questions for her in the comments. And then before we dive into that accessible multi-gen travel, we're going to hear a quick note from our friends over at the Family Travel Association. It is a great association to have on your radar if you're looking to specialize in, you guessed it, family travel. So the FTA also has a Host Week special for everyone. It is a 10% discount on their membership, which includes their Certified Family Travel Advisor certification, continuous specialized education, and more. So I'm going to pass it over to Casey, and then we will jump in and hear from Karen.
Thank you, Steph, and the entire team for the opportunity to participate in Host Week 2025. My name is Casey Smith, and I'm the director of the Family Travel Association. Our association was founded by Reiner Jens in 2015 after he and his wife decided to do something they'd always dreamed about. They packed their bags and bought around-the-world airline tickets for their family. Motivated by the notion that travel could provide their boys a deeper appreciation for diverse cultures and a greater perspective on the world than the classroom, they spent a year exploring the globe. Upon their return, they realized that even though families were hitting the road in record numbers, not enough parents were taking full advantage of all the incredible opportunities that travel has to offer. To help create a broader awareness of all the family travel possibilities, Reiner launched the Family Travel Association, a coalition of the travel industry's leading experts on the subject. Today, the FTA is a leading nonprofit trade association that provides tools, resources, education, and certification to travel advisors, travel media, and travel suppliers aimed to increase the quality and experience of family travel. Our members are comprised of travel advisors who plan and execute family travel experiences, whether it's a trip to Disney, an all-inclusive family travel vacation, an international trip, or a multi-generational experience, as you'll learn a little bit more about today. Our members have the opportunity to meet suppliers who are as passionate about family travel as you are. Supplier members that you may know and love, but I can promise you there are a few suppliers that you have yet to meet, maybe such as the Dude Ranchers Association, Amazing Ecuador, Blacksford's Premium RV Rentals, and more. In addition to some amazing family travel education connections that you will make, we also have the most comprehensive research data available to our members as a result of the U.S. Family Travel Research Study, which we do in conjunction with New York University. And if that's not enough, the FTA offers the only family travel advisor certification in the industry. The FTA has set the standard for knowledge, expertise, and excellence for travel advisors specializing in the family travel market. Our goal is to provide advisors with the necessary insights and information to grow and achieve success in family travel sales. Our training is based on relevant market research studies and real-life examples. The FTA certified family travel advisors have a competitive advantage to confidently deliver family vacation experiences that exceed client expectations at every stage of life. Here at the FTA, we are passionate about family travel and making sure you have the tools and resources, education, and certification to serve traveling families. We encourage you to visit familytravel.org to learn more about our association, and we are offering all attendees a discount for joining today, and that is a discount code is HAR. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your experience.
Thanks so much, Casey. All right, I know I said I was going to bring it to Karen, but we're going to bring it back to me first because I'm going to say if you have questions, again, pop those into the comments. And then when Karen finishes, if we have time, we will go into that. So let's bring Karen to the stage. Hello, Karen.
Hello.
It's so nice to meet you. I love the name of your agency.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Let's see. If it's okay with you, we'll just pass it to you. And then if we have time for questions, I'll pop in at the end.
Great. Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm Karen Morales. I am the founder of Joyward Travel. I'm an independent contractor with Fora Travel in New York City, and I'm here to talk about accessibility, specifically why you should be paying attention to the accessible market, even if you don't think that there's currently anyone in your network. We're going to talk today about the growth market for luxury, accessible, multi-generational travel. We're going to talk about 5 questions to ask to ensure a premium experience. We're going to talk about the secret ingredient that is beneficial for partnerships, and also how to expand your network with a marketing playbook. So why is accessible multi-gen the next travel horizon? Well, let's first talk about the market. It's huge. Americans with accessible needs spend about $60 billion per year. It's a lot of money, right? And Americans with mobility challenges take at least 3 trips per year. They usually travel with someone else, and that ends up being more than 40 million trips a year. But what is the most important nugget that I'd like you to walk away with today? It is the growth of the 60+ market over the next 10 years. Between 2025 and 2035, we are going to see the people over the age of 60 surpassing the number of children under 18. So if you are booking travel for anyone right now, you are going to be dealing with more needs as the generations age. And what I want to talk about today is why is this so important, not only for families, but also for your business. Baby boomers are less comfortable using technology than other generations. And if you're currently booking for the over 70 community, I'm sure you know they pick up the phone. I booked many trips for 40-year-old families that only do it over text. But when you're dealing with a retiree, more often than not, they're calling you. And a lot of times they're asking for you to book a trip because they want to spend time with their extended family, their children, their grandparents, all of those things. So why is this so important? I think there is something so magical about travel in general, right? We do it because we all want to experience something new. A lot of us find all of our joy in planning our next trip, leaving the country, exploring something different. And the piece that I hear so often from older clients and even accessible clients, because I also live my life in a wheelchair, is what can I do? Where can I go? The question doesn't always start with, where do I want to go? What do I want to experience? And I believe this idea that as you age and as your needs change, you have just as much right to have access to these barrier-free journeys. And specifically in the more luxury end of the segment, we're finding that people that might have taken really premium group tours or very fancy river or ocean cruises are often sort of cast aside as they get older and they want to travel with their children. Maybe not all these experiences cater to the under 18 set. Maybe they aren't going to be as exciting for teenagers that they might want to travel with. So us as travel agents have this responsibility to really make travel more inclusive. So what does that mean when I talk about accessible travel? A lot of times when I have this conversation with folks, people are like, well, I don't know anybody in a wheelchair. And I often don't book people with tons of mobility needs. But when you start digging deeper and having more of these conversations, you find out that everybody knows someone in their network that requires a little extra help. Maybe that's a wheelchair user. Maybe that's somebody who's slowed down, just had a hip replacement, needs to use a cane. Maybe that's also somebody that took it a little too hard in Vail last weekend and tore their ACL right before that big family trip. Or it's also travelers with autoimmune conditions or other chronic conditions that might need things like another air purifier or an extra fridge in their accommodation. And how does this apply to everybody? It applies because different people travel differently. And as the population ages, we still want to be able to have that same sense of wanderlust, to be able to experience the world and not feel isolated, right? We see when I go and leave the country, if I'm in Europe or even South America, I find that inclusivity is a bigger part of the culture than even in the United States. They're so used to seeing the elderly be a part of the fabric of society that nobody ever seems really bothered if you need to move a table out of the way to get a wheelchair in, or you need a little extra assistance getting through a hallway or to the bathroom. So how this applies is really understanding how your traveler needs to navigate the world a little bit differently, and really working with your suppliers to set that tone that just because somebody needs a little extra doesn't mean it's not worth it, or doesn't mean that it won't give really nice impact. So the 5 questions I always love to ask to ensure a premium experience starts with this question that not enough people start with, which is, where do you really want to go? Don't start with your limitations. Don't tell me what you think is possible. Tell me, what is your dream location? Because in almost every single case I've found, it can be done. When we talk about accommodations, I like to know what they need. Does that mean they need a villa, and they need a villa that has a roll-in shower? I like to know, do they like to travel in a way that feels really luxurious? Do they want it to feel off the beaten path? You'd be surprised at the amount of really inclusive opportunities that you can do, and the amount of suppliers, specifically in the luxury market, who are really willing to work with you. Private islands in the Maldives, camel safaris in Morocco, they are all possible for people with mobility limitations. I also like to make sure that the trip that we're creating really fits all age groups. I think a lot of times we think that there's a box that people need to fit in. When there's limitations, perhaps the experience itself needs to be smaller. But the best trips for me are the ones that push people a little bit out of their comfort zone, that allow them to grow and change, share their wisdom with the world and also have something fun for everyone. It's possible to do a cooking class while the teenagers do a horseback ride. It's possible to have people on a scuba boat who don't scuba drive. It's all of those moments that you're able to connect a larger multi-gen experience that can ebb and flow and change for everyone involved. And I also like to always ask the question, is there something that you want to do that you're afraid to try? You're scared, you want to do something differently? From hot air balloons to zip lining, I've seen it all for people with adaptive needs. So where are a lot of my travelers going? They're going everywhere. They're going to places like a multi-generational cooking class in Florence. They're going to Europe for the first time. They're going to the beach in a wheelchair, specifically looking for one that has this really beautiful pathway that makes it easier to get down. They're going to Ireland for their third wedding at 80 to get married with their family and to have an experience that feels great for the 40-year-old parents and the 11-year-old grandson. These are all the types of experiences that we can curate. So how do I usually approach talking to suppliers? I try to get really personal. I try to explain the backstory. You would be surprised of the spirit of help when you really make people understand. We recently had clients in London that had a really severe chronic illness that required a lot of the space being really detoxified from mold or pollution. And this hotel went above and beyond to do a deep cleaning twice, to add air purifiers, to accommodate dozens of food allergies in a really bespoke way. And they were happy to do it, right? But you have to ask, you have to provide the backstory, you have to give them the reason. And usually the clients that have this experience are raving fans forever. I like to look also for accessible DMCs and well-reviewed properties. Some of the chains, some more than others, provide really good information online. Four Seasons, IHG, Hyatt, a lot of times you can easily see the room availability for accessible rooms, which makes it a little bit easier. And then sometimes you have to call because there's still sometimes this practice that they're not always willing to confirm the accessibility rooms ahead of time. And for most of us, that is a necessity, not a request. And don't be afraid to ask for extra. Ask for something surprising for your client. A lot of times I've talked to a hotel if we are able to extend our Virtuoso benefits. And I said, for this particular client, takes them a long time to get ready in the morning. They need a little extra care. Would it be possible for them to take their breakfast in the room, even though that's not usually the practice? Or could you at least extend the service of bringing coffee to them to just make it a little bit easier? And a lot of times these hotels are really willing to go above and beyond when you give them that reason and that experience that it will really lighten someone's load and make their day feel better. So when I look at the marketing playbook for accessibility trips, I usually start with these 3 ideas. First is provide the vision. The vision is, it is possible. You can go to Antarctica. You can take a cruise. You can visit Egypt and the pyramids. There are endless options out there. And sometimes people just have to be asked what it is they truly want to do. I think you can also demonstrate how you can meet multiple age groups. I think a lot of times I hear from clients, well, we're traveling with my mom for her 75th birthday and she's slow. So we need to know how to make this all work. I think there is a way to add supports to the people that are a little slower so that they could keep up with the youth, and for the youth to have different experiences with the grandparents, whether that's adding a golf cart tour of Florence or Rome, whether it's doing a seated painting class in Paris, whether it's getting them on a boat and enabling them to watch everybody else snorkel and swim. It's really that feeling that you're not just an agent, and many times you're a coach. You're helping these families come together in a way that's different. And I think the best testament of any of our trips, whether or not they're, accessible, is really that moment where they come back to you and they cry when they have to leave, or they say it was the most meaningful experience they had as a family. So surfacing accessible suppliers is something that I've done a lot of, because I don't like just the cookie cutter experience. I don't want to know what 3 tourist locations in every city are accessible. I expect them to be. I want to know what is something truly different that I can do. So this is a list that I believe we can share with you after this call, but they're all just really interesting off the beaten path things that I've done on my travels with my teenagers. Hot air balloons that are accessible with a door that you can go in and a seat that goes up and down on hydraulics. A much more cost-effective, accessible tour in Iceland. If you know, that is a very expensive market, and some of the DMC prices can be very high. You can do Morocco in a wheelchair. You can ride a camel with a seatbelt. You can go to a Bedouin camp that's accessible. As you can see, you can zip line in Costa Rica. Hotels sometimes offer these experiences that sometimes you have to dig to find. Like, I was really excited to hear that in our trip in a few weeks to Turtle Bay in Hawaii, they have a Paralympic surf athlete who's going to teach me to surf when I'm there. Who knew, right? Whether it's an accessible safari or a large suite at sea, you can do accessible Greece and Australia. I have recommendations for all sorts of wonderful lodges around the world. And I think the key here is really understanding, as we age, we gain wisdom, and that wisdom is really meant to be shared. And being able to unlock access to that wisdom so that the older generation among us can still feel part of society, that they can feel like they can play and explore and be with their families in unconventional ways and make their dreams come true, is really why most of us got into travel. So I think as you approach your next request for that big multi-gen trip, and someone may give you the question that maybe they're going to take that safe trip to Mexico that they've done before, or that safe cruise, maybe you can probe a little more deeply and find out if that's really the trip that they're desiring to take and help it make it happen. So that is my
That's fantastic.
for today. Thank you. Thanks, Steph.
Thanks, Karen. Like, such fantastic insights, and definitely great for our audience to get to know as they're going into 2025, especially with a lot of newer advisors. They probably haven't thought that this is something that they should be educating themselves on, because as your statistics show, there are so many people that need to have accessible travel, whether it be because they're neurodivergent, or they have diet issues, or maybe they're larger in size and need to know if they can be on the roller coasters. You know, there's a whole bunch of different ways when we talk about accessible travel, and there's a lot of love in here. So, question for you.
Sure.
I know for a lot of people, especially if you yourself don't have mobility issues, talking about it and bringing up questions can be uncomfortable. So what would your advice be to advisors that aren't feeling comfortable on the right words to say or the questions to ask? What should they be doing?
I think that it's always an exploration of needs. Like, for every traveler that we're servicing, it should be about what do they need to feel comfortable. So it's less about what the diagnosis is, leave that to the doctor, but ask the questions about, what do you need in a room? Do you require certain bed height? Do you require a certain type of bathroom situation? What are the hotels that have served you well? What are things that you don't like? What are things that are dangerous to your sanity or your health? I think, yeah, exactly. I think just probing in a nice way. I would say that it's only in the United States that I've ever been asked the question, what is wrong with you? I think everywhere else around, yeah, just a very, don't do that. If you, that feels like something you should ask, stop yourself. I think that around the world, it's really, how can I help? What can I do? And usually it's with a air of reverence and respect. And I think that's really how you want to carry yourself. That no, certain people live their lives in this world with more overt challenges, and they're already aware of them. So just try to be helpful, right? And try to smooth that path to make it a little less friction.
Yeah. So we have a question. Let's see. Barbara saying, this is wonderful. I have COPD, so oxygen is my concern. And that's something you'll run into with travelers. Do you have any advice about traveling with oxygen, talking to the airlines?
Yeah, it really can be done. I think traveling with oxygen, traveling with service dogs, traveling needing dialysis, I would say with any of those situations, you want to triple confirm. You have to, it's not just the one email, it's the 10 emails. You want to make sure that the folks are not going to show up at the airport and have an issue. I think there are a lot of programs, and even cruise ships these days can accommodate a lot more than I even realized, but it is something that takes a little more forethought and a little more planning, and definitely more follow-up.
Yes, definitely. And Diana, I see your question about getting access to the list of experiences that Karen put up. And yes, we will, at the end of the week, we send out a spreadsheet that has everybody's PowerPoints. So you'll be able to access that information, which is a fabulous list. Let's see. I think that's all we have for the questions, but really appreciate you coming on, Karen, to chat on this, because I saw something in my LinkedIn feed earlier this week where someone was speaking on accessible travel, and there was a room full of people, and probably 90% or 95% of the people were standing up, and they said, people think accessible travel is something that's niche, and it's not. Because she said, I asked the audience, it was Christy Durso, and she said, I asked the audience, how many of you know someone that has this, 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 this? And it was pretty much the whole room standing up. And that's why, for us here at HAR, accessible travel has a soft spot in my heart. And so every year we make sure that we have a section or a session that's on accessible travel. So Abby and Mary, if you wouldn't mind looking to the past 2 years, the sessions we had on that, there's amazing, to add on to what Karen has had, there's amazing resources out there for you. And for me personally, I know a lot of you have been seeing me this week and I'm very energetic and all that stuff, but I live with a very serious chronic illness, vasculitis, that makes me really, really weak. And I have to use a wheelchair and a walker. I can't travel by myself anymore. That's why I was gone yesterday. I was having a lot of trouble breathing. And so these, it's people where you have Karen, if you're in a wheelchair, people can tell. But there's also the hidden illnesses that people don't see as easily. So thank you all for being so interested. There's just a lot of love in here, and they're saying they really appreciated it. And we've got a question from Gail. Dietary restrictions and things like celiac can ruin a trip. So have you found suppliers understand these things and are willing to accommodate on the dietary needs?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, I was really pleasantly surprised this summer. I spent 6 weeks in Europe, and the Europeans really have done better labeling every menu than the United States, for sure. I think that being able to explain what your dietary restrictions are, and also having it printed in a card if you don't speak the language, is something I always do with my peanut allergy teenager.
Smart.
Because I don't speak every language and I'm not sure that it's coming across completely, but I think you can safely navigate the world with a food allergy. And I've even heard of some influencers that have upwards of 50 allergies and travel regularly. I think you have to be deferential, you have to be respectful, you also have to, possibly pick your restaurant with some semblance of discernment, right? Probably hard to go to, a Chinese restaurant and say you don't eat soy and garlic and onion. You need to think a little bit about what you're walking into, but I think it's definitely done. And I think that the world is tolerant. I think having had experienced traveling without accommodations and then also having a slower roll to using a wheelchair just in the last 3 years. So I've experienced life in a lot of forms. It actually reminds me how kind people are. I don't have the reaction that people are not kind. I feel that 95% of the world is kind and helpful and wants to be.
No, I that's been my experience as well. In fact, some days when I'm having a really tough day, I'm like, I wish I had my walker or something to symbolize that I was having trouble walking, because people are so much more willing to help. when they can physically see that there's something wrong. Otherwise, they're like, what's wrong with that woman over there? I don't know
Yeah,
what she's
and
doing.
I felt that too. And sometimes you get a little bit of pushback, and then when they realize that you're not asking for money or something strange, and you're like, "Can you just pick that up?" They're like, "Oh yeah." And being telling your clients that a little bit of grease helps. Like I always say, "Oh, you look really strong. Can you help me lift this?" And then everybody's like, "Absolutely." I would love to.
That's amazing. I love it. Well, let's see. I know there's a lot of love for you in the comments. People are asking if they wanted to get in contact with you or follow you,
Sure.
what would be
Yeah,
the best
sorry.
way?
Hold on. I forgot to go to the last slide. That's my Instagram. There you go. And that is my email. And we've really been looking to address this like within our community of travel agents and advisors. And it's something that's been a really growing passion. And one of the reasons I entered the space is to really help influence this ability to feel like we don't have limits. Because I know that the most impactful thing in my personal illness journey was the scariest moment was feeling like you're going to have independence and freedom taken away. And I think when I finally decided that I needed to live my life relying on a wheelchair, it at first felt like a prison sentence. But the minute I looked at it as a tool for freedom and having that access, and I was able to see that the world really would flex to me if I tried hard, but then I could start removing some of those doors for other people, is when it started to feel like a purpose, right? So I think a lot of us want to see change, and we want to see change in meaningful ways so that you can do anything that you want to do no matter what form you're living in.
Well, fantastic. Thank you for sharing your experience with us, as well as helping educate. And make sure to give her a follow so you can get more tips along the way. So thank you so much, Karen. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks everybody. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Well, next up, we are going to welcome Courtney Nichols, the founder of Travel Brash, to discuss developing your sales process. And one of her favorite things to do is mastermind with other advisors on how to grow their businesses. So, we had to have her on to speak. I have heard through the grapevine that she is suffering through a sinus infection and sounds a little congested, but she's very excited to come on. Let's see. Other thing I wanted to say is we're going to pop a link, and we did a travel agent chatter episode with Courtney that's really great about her business and her charging of fees, and she has a retainer that's very inspirational if you haven't already listened to it. So we will drop that in the comments. And before we bring out Courtney, we would love to hear a few words from Chris Russo. He's with Alternative Travel Services. And then we are going to hand it right over to Courtney after that.
Good afternoon, Host Week 2025. My name is Chris Russo, President of Alternative Travel Services, and we're very, very happy to be participating in Host 2025. Steph, you and your team have done a wonderful job as usual, and we look forward to participating for many, many years down the road. So who is Alternative Travel Services and what makes us different? There are a million great companies that you're hearing from this week. And one thing that is different about us is that we're small. Myself, I've been in the travel industry really since Columbus sailed the 7 seas and have done just about everything there is to do in the industry, from being a travel professional to owning my own travel company, being the past president of the American Society of Travel Advisors. I've also been a BDM for ALG Vacations and director of sales for Inside Vacations, and on the host side was president of a large host agency for the last few years. So now I'm with Alternative Travel Services. My partner, Lars Federhar, is a past BDM for Sandals Resorts and is one of the top producers for destinationweddings.com, which is great for people that are looking to break into that market. So why are we different? We're small. I don't hide it that we don't have 500 agents and we don't have a bunch of forms that you have to fill out. We're small. We like to be that way because we want to give personal service. Really, I've been in the industry so long that now my goal is just to help people grow their businesses or start their business. And what makes us different is we don't nickel and dime you. Because we're small, our fees are one time and one time only. We do have a monthly fee for our CRM. That's the only thing that you have a monthly fee for. But once you pay your initial fee, that's it. We are offering it for 50% off during host week. And so we encourage you to take a look at that. We have wonderful tools through our association with travel leaders. And with Travel Leaders Network, we're able to offer booking tools for cruises, for air, hotel, and car rentals. We also have social media programs so that you're able to have somebody help you do your social media rather than you trying to take on the world all by yourself. We have public profiles that you can fill out and put your pictures and your videos and stuff like that so that you get leads. And there's no extra cost for that. All of this is included when you join us. And the other thing is that we really promote our agents. So on our social media for Alternative Travel Services, we promote the advisors that are with us and want to really help them grow their business. If you go to our website, you can see the advisors that opt in. Not everybody opts in because, of course, some people do this as a part-time job, some people full-time. And, so we want to customize the program around what you really need to grow your business. So really, Alternative Travel Services, we're small, we're mighty, and we're here to pick up the phone when you need us. One thing I hear all the time is, I joined my host and now I can't find any help. Well, with us, we have a private Facebook group that you can go on, you can post questions and you get answers. You can see what other people are saying. We have reviews of people that go on fam trips and are able to see what some things are going on with resorts. We do a bi-weekly phone call with our teams. That way we can keep in touch with everyone that wants to participate, and we give them updates on what's happening in the industry, and a really good way to stay in touch. So if you're looking for someone to help you grow your business from point A to point B to point C, or from point B to point C, we are a great alternative to some of the other companies that are out there. And with that in mind, we have a wonderful guest today to really help you build your sales process as you start to go into the industry, or if you're in the industry and figuring out, oh my God, what do I do next? We have a great speaker today in Courtney Nichols from Travel Bash. And Courtney is going to speak today about developing your sales process. And Steph, we're just very, very happy that you had us, and looking forward to many years down the road. And Courtney, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to jump right in. Again, sorry, bear with me. I have a sinus infection. I feel great, so just hang in. Put questions in the chat if you don't understand, and we'll kind of go through this together. So I am talking about building your sales process today. Just a little bit about me. Obviously, they already let you know that I am the CEO of Travel Bash. That focuses on destination weddings abroad. I also have another company that Steph referenced on a retainer, it's a membership-based boutique. Then my passion project, again, masterminding with other advisors. I'm the founder of the Business Huddle. And also, the most important thing, before I was a travel advisor, I was a fundraiser, a major gift fundraiser. And the reason why this is important, because it plays into my sales process and how I've found success in the travel industry and what I want to share with you guys today. So that experience from being a major gift fundraiser plays into what we're going to talk about. And then I just have a few others. Obviously, don't we all like to travel? We're world travelers and different things like that. So you can read that, and then I'll kind of move forward because of time. So here's what I want us to get. We're going to try to build you guys a process using the fundraising model that I've used in my business. And we're going to talk about some ways to qualify your clients, communicate your value, and confidently close sales. Because I know this is one of those topics that people are like, oh, sales, I'm not a salesperson. I don't want to be salesy and all of that. So we're going to try to get past all of those barriers and then create some actionable items that you can immediately apply and kind of take back and look at to help grow your business. So we're going to jump in. Why a sales process matters. Let's go back to it. I always say that everyone's a salesperson, regardless. You sell yourself every day, from the first hello to when you pick up the phone, when you walk into a room. All you're doing is selling, and really selling is you being in service. And the reason why having a process in place is important is because it's part art, part science. It's a formula. So you can create consistency in your overall process. So you know that as soon as it goes back to the SOPs, which are standard operating procedures, everyone, that you know as soon as a lead comes in, or however you want to interact with a potential lead, that they're going to follow the same steps from the beginning to the end. So that means once it's streamlined, it's great for those businesses that are looking to grow, because maybe you don't want to be the person that's always selling, or you're that initial person that talks with leads when they come in the door. So when you have a process, you can also outsource that to another team member, a contractor, whatever. But when you don't have a process, you can't do that. So obviously, it's the foundation for sustainable business growth, which is why I'm saying, like, hey, you might be doing the sales today, but you might not be doing the sales tomorrow. Also, when you have a process, it's kind of like a recipe that you follow. When I tell you that I'm going to make the best black bean soup, if I don't know what's in it, what are the steps, I'm probably not as confident. I'm winging it, right? And that's not great. I'm a former college basketball player, volleyball player. And so our coach gave us a plan, and all we needed to do was execute it. And I know it's easier said than done, but the sales process matters is because when you have a framework, it's easier to lead people through it, and you feel comfortable about it, because it's like, oh, I do this. It's like riding a bike. It comes to you naturally. So that's why a sales process matters. Woo, I know this is a lot, so hang in there with me, because you're probably looking at the wheel, you're over here at the key principles, but this is my fundraising framework. And I have used this not only to raise millions of dollars for nonprofits and universities, but also I took this model and said, there's something there's something to this that is applicable in our industry as well. So when I look at Travel Advisor, when I look at my business, what I'm looking at is the relationship model versus a transactional model. And I think that's why they changed their name from travel agents to travel advisors, correct? So what I'm looking at when I've created my framework is on the basis of we are wanting to build relationships with people and not just be their person that books that hotel or books that flight or books that tour. We don't want people to just come to us or hit us up once a year. I mean, you might have those clients, but what if they came back 3, 4, 5 times? You're building that relationship. You know them. You know Maddie's recital. You know the dog Clover. You know they like gin and tonic with Hendrix, not Monkey 47. Like, these are the things you're going to start thinking about. So we're going to back it up. This process starts before they even become a client. So if you look at that first wheel, it says 1, identification. So basically, we want to identify who it is you want to work with.
All right, it looks like we might have a little bit of a frozen screen right now with Courtney.
And the reason I want to do
she's
this,
back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so number 1, you guys didn't miss anything. So basically, the identification, what we're going to talk about specifically is who is it that you want to work with? Who is your target audience? Where do they shop? Where do they eat? Where do they hang out? What are they reading? Where do they live? How much money they make? All of that. So basically, we want to create a list. So if you just started your travel business and or you've had it for a while, look at, if you already have a business, look at your best fit clients, the clients you love working with. What do they have in common? And for those who are new, okay, and you're like, well, I don't have anybody. Who would you want to work with? And what do they look like? Then we're going to go into step 2, which is qualify. And this is what I love, because I know there are people that you're like, oh, I want people that are going to spend a lot of money. And, you know, we always go, we want luxury clients, and those people have money, but are they qualified? So for instance, I'll use it 2 ways. I have a destination wedding travel concierge. So the first thing is I want to identify everybody who is getting married. So that would be engaged couples, period. If I stop there, then it wouldn't be a good service, because hold on, Courtney only plans destination weddings abroad. So that's where the qualification comes in. So one, I'm identifying engaged couples, but two, I need to qualify them and say, hey, not only are you engaged, but are you looking for a destination wedding? And if so, is it abroad? So that's where the qualification, or for instance, in my retainer model, I can say, oh, I need all the high rollers. I need all the people who make a lot of money. But that's not good, because guess what? There's a lot of people who make a lot of money and never go anywhere. So I've had clients, or I've had people that I wanted as clients, and I'm like, oh, they would be great. But guess what? They have a beach house in Key West, or they go to this other place in Cabo, back and forth, and they're taking a private plane. Like, I can't be of service to them. So that's the second wheel. So we're identifying, then we're qualifying, and then we're cultivating. So the cultivation can look very different, and it's based on how your business is. If you're a retail store versus an online store, it could look different. And here's how we break that up. Cultivation comes in networking, meeting people. If you have people that come through your door, on top of that, for me, I don't have a brick and mortar, so I do things online. So the cultivation is your content. You know, what are people seeing? What are you sharing with them? How do you get them to know, like, and trust you? So that's you offering them value. And that could be through videos, through blogs, through a podcast, PR, again, hosting events. But all of this is part of it. You can also think of it like dating, right? You identify somebody, you're like, okay, he or she is not married, they don't have kids, or maybe you're fine with kids, you know, but whatever your list is. And now you're cultivating, you start going on dates with them. We're not ready, we're not asking for a ring yet. We're just trying to, okay, learn more about you, ask questions, conversation. This is also where your email newsletter can help you. Once it's kind of like they gave you your number, so now you're going to call them, right? You're going to text them. So now you're going to email them. You're going to find out more about what they like, what their trips they're looking forward to going on. What do they want to hear more of? That's the whole cultivation process. And so then this is where people get stuck. The solicitation. So we've identified, we've qualified, and we're cultivating, we've offered value, but we never ask for the sale. Meaning we just assume, because they know what we do, that they're going to be like, oh, Courtney, I would love for you to book my trip. Or what we do is we look on social media and see 5 people that would be great clients have gone somewhere in the last 3 months. And we're like, why didn't they book us? Why didn't they call me? Or why didn't you never ask them? So what? You put out information. You have to ask for the sale. How many people can write 10 names right now of people that would be great clients? And how many of you guys have written them an email, sent them a LinkedIn message, asked to do a coffee date, or actually said, hey, you know, I saw that you guys went here. I would love to be your personal travel advisor, your concierge, or you guys are planning a wedding, or, you know, I know you guys are avid cruisers, but how many people have taken it a step further and said, hey, I want to be your go-to person for your travel? What does that look like? Would you be open to that conversation? So then from solicitation, I always say is the close. So say we get them on the call, we say we get them to the coffee date, say we've actually asked them. Now, this is where they're going to be like, okay, I'm interested, but it's always the but, right? It's always the, well, I don't know if we travel enough, or we don't have enough money, or it's all these things. So that's where cultification is good, because we want to address some of those objections in that format before we even get to the close. But let's just say, okay, there's some objections. Maybe we did put in a blog post or a video, or maybe they didn't see it, or maybe we weren't upfront. This is where we're going to take the time to practice what we preach. This is where the big guns come in for sales of that confident closing. And this is where you're going to articulate your value and share why they need you and why they can't go another day without booking you. That's the close. And then lastly is the stewardship. So those are those gifts that you might think about at the end of the year, or before someone travels, or after they get back, the follow-ups, the surveys, also that email engagement of like, oh, I thought about you. I just met with XYZ supplier, and they just opened up this beautiful property, and everything you told me from our last conversation, this is for you. So that part, because then all we're going to do is circle back around. So it's an evolution. So you can see basically we're building relationships, we're communicating, and we're focusing on really building relationships and curating those experiences that are not just those one-off type of things. Everybody on the same page? We're going to flip. Perfect. So we're relationship driven and we're offering tailored solutions. I'm not going to read this. I kind of explained in the last slide. But I want to also go back to this first point of identification and segment. Who are your ideal clients? What challenges do they face? What motivates them? Again, I want you to break it down so deep from age, income, travel style. Like, oh, my clients, those are Amex Platinum people. You know, oh, they're loyal. They only stay at these properties. You need to know everything about them and then segment them. And then even take it a step further, when you have your email list, utilizing that to really speak to them and share specific information that they want. If you have an email newsletter or you're putting out just random content, you can't speak to everybody. You have to speak to one person and then filter it through. So I wanted to make sure that I had a slide about this because this is a very important step. I also spoke about the closing techniques. So I put an example script down here, but literally it's addressing all the objections. Obviously, you know people are going to have objections. They're going to have questions. Excuse me. They want to learn more. It's okay. It's not a time for you to freak out or like, oh my gosh, like, I don't know. It's okay. Ooh, sorry, guys. It's okay. This is your time to show your expertise and your knowledge and use storytelling and past clients and highlight what it is, why you're the expert. Then I always try to create some urgency, like you've got to get in. We have 5 more spots or 10. I only work with 8 clients. Like for my destination weddings, I only do 11 weddings a year. So we're not making things up, but we want them to know that they need to jump on board now. So these are just some techniques that I use that I found very beneficial. Excuse me. In my closing techniques. So let's put all this together. We're going to document our process. And the reason why is we can't create the sales framework if we don't know exactly what it is that we're doing. From when a lead comes in to the follow-up, we need to have some type of task list that we're doing consistently, whether it's automated or outsourced or we're taking on that we can share with others. Then how do we know it works? We're going to track it. We're going to look at client retention. We're going to do surveys. We're going to look at our email marketing. We're going to look at our social media stats. Like there's no need to do something that doesn't work. We're going to A and B test. We're going to say, oh, okay, so identified, qualified. Then it fell off here. And then we're going to look to improve always. Anybody that knows me, people on my team know we never stay with a process long because we're always trying to find ways to up-level, improve, automate, add on to the experience, or really enhance how we do business. And so it's okay to have this as a living document and refine it appropriately. I do quarterly audits. So I would take that time to look at what you have in place now and how you're getting leads and how you're converting them into clients, and then going through and looking at ways that you can increase that. Lastly, here are the takeaways. So we're now flipping from a relationship-driven sales process. We're done with that one-off, that transaction. They'll come to us once a year because we're getting in the weeds with them. We're friends. We're family now. They're going to call us. We're a part of their inner circle. Then we're going to identify and we're going to segment things. And we're going to close confidently because obviously we're the experts. We know what we're doing, and that's why they hire us. And then we're going to evaluate the process, and we're also going to look at it, other ways to identify ways to improve it. And if we're no longer the people that are in charge of handling that, then we're working on strategies to help the people on our team and or whoever we're working with are outsourcing this, so then we can grow our business. So this is the questions now. We're going to apply this framework. I want you to go back after today, and I want you to really look at your ideal client profile and tailor this approach and practice some of this, that identification, qualification, cultivation, solicitation, like the whole wheel. Look at that and track your progress. So do we have any questions, Steph?
Let's see, we do, and I'm trying to find the tab that they were on because Mary sent them to me, but people are asking, how do you find Courtney? But she just had that slide up. So that should be, let's see. One thing while I'm looking for this, just a reminder. So Courtney mentioned it really quickly in the beginning, but she does have the Biz Huddle coming up this summer. That's really great in-depth workshop for people looking to up their sales. So check that out. I dropped the link in the comments earlier. And then let me see if I can find this really quick. The problem in Slack is there's a zillion things going on behind the scenes. So let's see. Something about Colombia. Okay. You know what? Let's see.
I try to go fast, so then if there were questions,
you did amazing. It's me here. So Camille asked, was the stewardship the itinerary building part?
No, so that's part of they are now a client. The stewardship part would be once they come back from their trip, how are you following up with them? How are you thanking them? What does that process look like? So I know some advisors, they do like a pre-trip gift, or when they're on site, they might send them something, whether it's a note card or that bottle of wine from the hotel, or they do something that is a little more curated. Or like on my team, we send postcards. So by the time they get back home, when they get home in the mail, there'll be a little postcard from us. So like, this is the time where you're thanking them and they're feeling valuable as you're like, whoa, man, it's those surprise and delights. What are those add-ons that can show that you appreciate their business?
That makes a lot of sense. Luis, would you mind pulling up her contact information again? We have a request for that in there. And then I think, let's see, we do have the question. The slides are going to be available afterwards. So we will send everybody that is registered for Host Week. You'll get an Excel spreadsheet with short links to each session, as well as their PowerPoint presentations. So keep an eye on your inbox. Next week, we will get that out for you. And then a lot of love here. Here's a question. Your plan is amazing. For a beginning travel advisor, what would be your top 3 things to focus on?
Your mindset. I would say mindset has more to do with sales and more to running a business than anything else. You have to be there before your feet are there. And you have to be that person that those clients that you want, you have to be that type of advisor. So if you're looking for a high net worth client, are you in the space to be an advisor that a high net worth client would come to? You know, so I would say mindset is key. And knowing that just because someone says no or not right now, you're now an entrepreneur. No is going to be something that is going to happen every day. So you have to keep pushing forward because your people are out there and the people that want you are looking for you and they need you. There's 8 billion people in the world. You don't even need 1%. You know what I mean? Like, people want you, people need you, and there's enough business to go around. So you just have to get it in your mind that like, hey, I value my time. I know what I'm worth. There are people out here and I do a good job. I provide value.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of love for you out here. I think you've got a lot of new fans. Yeah, follow Courtney on LinkedIn. She's really fun to follow and got great energy, as you all have noticed. So I think that's all we have time for, Courtney. Thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you start feeling better soon.
Thank you. Sorry, guys.
We'll see you later, Courtney.
Bye.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. Can you do me a favor if you haven't already? Would you mind giving the video a little thumbs up or a like on YouTube? I feel like today's stream is feeling really unloved with only 27 little thumbs up. So we want to make it feel better compared to the other streams. All right, so I'm going to give one last reminder to get those consortium and tech reviews in and to ask those questions that you have on the host consortia and tech profiles, because you will be entered into today's drawing for the $50 gift card to celebrate Chinese New Year's. So you've got about 20 minutes left to do it. And then another quick reminder before we move into our EDUSPOT, we are doing Tech Week this fall. Brand new thing we're doing. If you loved Host Week, you're going to love Tech Week because it's Host Week, except for focused on technology. So we'll be putting together more details in the months ahead, but you can register now to make sure that you're going to be getting all of the information and that you don't forget. We can drop the link in the comments, or you can find it in the description. I just added those. Otherwise, you can go to har.news/RSVP Tech Week, and that will take you there as well. All right, everybody, we are entering into our final EDUSPOT session of the entire week. Wow. We have James with Flow Media Marketing, and he is going to be up for the challenge, I think, of bringing this home on how to leverage your content. So with our final EDUSPOT, we have a sponsor, and we are going to bring you a quick video from Wanderlust Campus, and then we'll hand it back over to James.
Wanderlust Campus is the travel industry leader in education and business building systems for growth-minded travel professionals. Considered the gold standard of certification, we train you the required skills to become a profitable, top-performing travel professional and take you beyond certification, supporting you in setup and implementation of our proven systems. You'll learn everything from marketing systems, sales, operations, service, and more. We equip our students with all the skills, training, and resources and tools necessary in today's marketplace to not only launch, but grow and supersize your travel. Selected, fantastic. We don't have to fix what's not broken. But what we're going to really do with you is you're going to get that hands-on personalized support over a 12-week period while you're not only earning your award-winning industry-recognized certification from Wanderlust Campus, but we're going to be working behind the scenes with you, my team, my experts, to actually engage and set up all of our proven systems, everything from sales to service to workflows, your marketing machine, all of that stuff that you need to know to really make your business first turn a profit and then scale it to as big as you want it to be. So if that sounds like it's in alignment with your vision for your travel business, there's a couple really easy things that you can do. Number one, visit us at travelschool.com, go to the student login section and get a free account for Wanderlust Campus. You're able to access our free global calendar and a whole bunch of cool free resources there. Second thing that you can do is apply for a goal mapping session with my enrollments team. We have a limited number of these available every single week, but I really encourage you to apply for one. This is a 30-minute goal mapping session where we will sit down with you, no cost, complimentary, help you map out your goals and see if it is a match to work together and start your certification journey and what that would look like in terms of getting to those goals. So to do that, all you have to do is visit us at wanderlustceo.com/HARGoalMap to schedule your session, and we will sit down with you and spend some dedicated time. And guys, for all of our free resources, just visit us over at travelschool.com. I want to take a moment and just congratulate you on taking this first step into the travel industry. I've been doing this for 3 decades, and it has changed my life, and I hope that it's going to do the same for you. Wherever you are on your journey, I wish you so much love, so much abundance. I wish you the world. We'll see you over at Wanderlust Campus. Campus is the travel industry leader in education and business building systems for growth-minded travel professionals. Considered the gold standard of certification, we train you the required skills to become a profitable, top-performing travel professional and take you beyond certification, supporting you in setup and implementation of our proven systems. You'll learn everything from marketing systems, sales, operations, service, and more. We equip our students with all the skills, training, and resources and tools necessary in today's marketplace to not only launch, but grow and supersize your travel business to any level you desire. Our customized hands-on approach is unique in the industry, allowing you to create the travel business you're envisioning around your unique goals and vision. We invite you to join us. where travel professionals are building the travel businesses of their dreams and realizing results faster. Welcome to Wanderlust Campus. Welcome to Wanderlust Campus. Think of us as the travel industry's training department, and we are the gold standard of certifications, teaching you two really important things. One, how to become a trained, skilled, top-performing travel advisor, and number two, how to get your business operational and profitable in today's marketplace. Those are the two things that we specialize in. That's where Wanderlust Campus comes in. Now listen, there are thousands of free trainings out in the travel industry. In fact, you can go grab all of those over at our global calendar at Wanderlust Campus with a free account. You're going to find that stuff, and it's going to be a little overwhelming when you first get into the industry because nobody really gives you the playbook or the roadmap to put your business together, ABC 1, 2, 3, and take you from amazing idea in your head all the way through the tangible steps to where you have that portable, profitable travel business really operating in a way where it is exactly in alignment with what your goals are. That's why so many new travel advisors turn to Wanderlust Campus to really help navigate you through that journey. You don't know what you don't know. Maybe you haven't even picked a host yet. We help you with that too. We will match you, we'll walk you through the whole process and really help you with every step along the way. If you do have your host selected, fantastic. We don't have to fix what's not broken. But what we're going to really do with you is you're going to get that hands-on personalized support over a 12-week period while you're not only earning your award-winning industry recognized certification from Wanderlust Campus, but we're going to be working behind the scenes with you, my team, my experts, to actually engage and set up all of our proven systems, everything from sales to service to workflows, your marketing machine, all of that stuff that you need to know to really make your business first turn a profit and then scale it to as big as you want it to be. So if that sounds like it's in alignment with your vision for your travel business, there's a couple really easy things that you can do. Number one, visit us at travelschool.com, go to the student login section and get a free account for Wanderlust Campus. You're able to access our free global calendar and a whole bunch of cool free resources there. Second thing that you can do is apply for a goal mapping session with my enrollments team. We have a limited number of these available every single week, but I really encourage you to apply for one. This is a 30-minute goal mapping session where we will sit down with you, no cost, complimentary, help you map out your goals and see if it is a match to work together and start your certification journey and what that would look like in terms of getting to those goals. So to do that, all you have to do is visit us at wanderlustceo.com/goalmap to schedule your session, and we will sit down with you and spend some dedicated time. And guys, for all of our free resources, just visit us over at travelschool.com. I want to take a moment and just congratulate you on taking this first step into the travel industry. I've been doing this for 3 decades, and it has changed my life, and I hope that it's going to do the same for you. Wherever you are on your journey, I wish you so much love, so much abundance. I wish you the world. We'll see you over at Wanderlust Campus.
Hey, everybody, this is, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, James. Sorry.
Sorry about that. This is James from, I have a bunch of different brands, but Flow Media Marketing is our main company, and Flow Voyages is our travel advisor brand that my wife runs as the primary. And then I also run cruisewestcoast.com, which was one of the sites that we had before we realized that we could do more than just get free trips from a PR person and start making money doing travel stuff. So we are having a blast kind of combining the benefits of both of those. So this presentation was designed to be pretty informationally heavy. Don't worry about reading everything on the slides. I have the slides and the ebook available on flowmediamarketing.com, and there's a link from that to our from the host agency review deals page to our website. So just a quick introduction, Heather and me, there we are standing on a cruise ship in Alaska. We've been travel blogging since 2008, and we've been travel advisors since 2019. Right about November, December 2019, we had a great idea. We're like, wow, the industry is going great. Now would be a great time to invest a bunch of money promoting cruises. Yeah, we all know how that went, but been a great partnership. We had our first experience really with the travel advisor side. We got put as kind of a token PR people or token media people on a cruise around Hawaii. And these agents were like, what are you guys doing? How are you guys making money? And we were kind of naive, young, folks. We were kind of like, well, we're just doing stuff and writing stuff and people like it and we keep getting invited back and it's a lot of fun. And one of the host agency executives kind of said, well, wait a second. You just told me that you got back and 3 of your friends booked Viking cruises. Do you guys realize how much money you walked by? And through various tequila-soaked nights and beer-soaked afternoons, we managed to figure out, like, wow, we really need to be leveraging our content to drive sales and ultimately now improving client loyalty. So that's kind of how we're doing our thing. And on top of that, like the corporate social media and content marketing world is completely broken. The PR people who we were engaging with are looking at the wrong KPIs. They're looking at likes, they're looking at reach, they're looking at Instagram influencers with 1 million people saying, that's the people we want to work with. And the reality is we're outselling and outdriving travel sales dramatically compared to some of these bigger people that are just talking heads and pretty people doing pretty photos. So, really kind of that's where we kind of did the connect the dots phase of things. We realized how much money we were leaving on the table. We realized what kind of content really worked to drive the sales, not just posting beautiful pictures of sunsets and stuff like that. And it's been a kind of a fun journey. So in combining the business acumen that I had running influencer marketing programs for some of the biggest e-commerce retailers out there, along with our blogging thing, really allowed us to look at the sales funnel and start looking at driving awareness, interest, conversion, and loyalty, that it was more than just a fun thing to get free cruises, that we could actually make a lot of money, and so can you guys. The cool thing about the travel advisors that have been doing this for years is that you guys already have the fundamentals. You guys already have the hard stuff done. You guys already understand the industry and what makes it tick. A lot of the bloggers are just doing stuff that they hope gets likes and stuff, and that's just not going to drive the loyalty of the sales. But by combining those two, you can build the authority, keep the clients interested, and really get people excited about booking stuff. And as part of that, a lot of people kind of say, well, like I talked to a person on a cruise a couple of years ago, and she said, oh, well, content marketing is just not for me. I just do my own thing and I'm happy. It was an older man who kind of said, oh, it's just young girls in bikinis that work well on social media or work well in content. And that's totally not right. I was at a resort in Puerto Vallarta, and I actually said that to a lady, and she told me that she's terrified every time she poses because she doesn't like being in front of the camera in her bikini, but she does it because that's how she gets paid. So if you have something to say and you have knowledge, just get in front of the camera and do it. If you don't like the video or you don't like the podcast or you don't like your picture, take 10 more, find what your angle is and do it, because there's enough market out there that you don't have to worry about chasing somebody else's gold. Go do your own thing. And, really, if you post it, they will come, doesn't matter. You got to make sure you have a focus of where you're going and knowing what you're doing. And if you combine those three things and get rid of those 3 things in your mind, you're going to be a whole lot more successful. So what is content? This is a way bigger question than just 3 points. But for me, I focus on 3 areas. Number 1, I focus on video, because it's a great way to connect with your audience. It's easy to produce, and it works phenomenally well for building authority and trust. The second thing is, blog posts, whether that's on your own site or working with others to guest posts on their sites. So imagine getting back from a fam trip. You just went on this amazing cruise. You have this cool photos and stuff like that from the latest Royal Caribbean ship, and you have a mom blogger friend that you read. Reach out to her. Reach out to her and say, like, hey, I just got back from Icon of the Seas. Can I give you a roundup of cool stuff on there? Some people may want to charge you $100, $200. Other people, you're going to find people that are just going to do it because they like the content. And if you're friends with them, they're not going to charge you. And then the third bucket is kind of photos and videos shared to all your channels. Now, when I say all your channels, I'm extending that beyond Facebook and TikTok and Twitter and that kind of stuff. I'm talking about sending a text to your best clients. If I have a client who loves tea. So when I was on Scenic Eclipse and walked to the tea room, I'm like, oh my God, this person would love to see this picture because I want her to book this cruise. And she didn't, but she was curious about it enough to have a conversation about it. And that's ultimately the power of content, is to start the conversations, get them thinking about it. Because if I had to send her an email saying like, hey, Scenic Eclipse, here's bullet, it would have just never been read. So the mantra that I try to share and try to drive my life, drive everything around is called, why should I care? Now, years ago, when I was working in the corporate America, I had a sign that said, why should I care? And my boss actually kind of walked by. He's like, you should take that down. Because he thought that I was just saying, why should I care? That I was apathetic and checked out. But the reality is, if you drive everything you do by asking this question, it starts shaping everything you do. Why should I care? Okay. Well, if you send me a picture of a cruise ship, why should I care? If you don't have a reason for why that picture was sent, then don't send it. Now, use that and that concept to drive everything you do. Should I open up a TikTok? Why should I care? Because you have something good to say? If you don't have something good to say on TikTok, don't open a TikTok. It's just a waste of time. So this is a really high concept that deserves more discussion. But think about it. Talk to your coworkers, talk to your friends, talk to your clients, figure out what's your unique thing. And if you're going to do a content marketing program, always have this in mind, because everything else will start falling in place. So to that point, customize your content for your individual clients. You're probably going to have a basic core clientele, whether that's a luxury clientele or whether that's school groups you're doing retreats on, or whatever your idea is. But have that core clientele in mind, but then focus individual pieces on individual clients that you want to target. Don't be so generic. I look at TikTok, especially in YouTube, and every cruise YouTuber is doing the same damn shtick. It's infuriating, because somebody will say oh, well, videos about what really happened on this cruise ship, and trashing things will get a lot of views and everybody chases it. But that's not going to sell cruises. What you want to do is really focus on, what's your niche? Are you going to focus on, high-end luxury? You're going to focus on cuisine? Are you going to focus on ADA type, handicap cruisers, cruiser special abilities? Whatever your niche is, there's money out there to be made. Just focus on it, because otherwise you're going to be so diluted and so generalized that it's not going to have any effect. So focus on that, and then look at the ways they're going to consume the content. Not everybody's going to use TikTok, but text works really well. And I consider text marketing one of the most underutilized and underappreciated methods, especially for someone like Travel Advisor, because everybody has a phone. And don't forget the ask. When you go, send that picture of the tea, or send this picture. This is a picture of one of the water bottles that we sell. Oh, we not sell. We give to our clients at the a jazz club on Virgin Voyages. When I send that to somebody that's like, hey, I really love live music, don't just send hey, it was a cool band, we had a great night. But ask can I send you more information about their schedule of performers? Can I send you whatever, even if it's just basically like, hey, this happened, we had a great time. Can I add you to our newsletter so I can send you deals about stuff coming up? The ask ultimately is why you're going to do the marketing, because otherwise it's just sending pretty pictures to people, and that's a lot of time and effort with no reward. So when you think about driving the sales aspect through content, it's really about the awareness and consideration, because once the lead comes in, the person's going to be able to convert the lead a lot better than you can. The exception there is brands like Viking and Virgin Voyages, who we've been phenomenally successful with with using the links that they provide, and a couple other cruise lines too. I think Oceania maybe, or one of the luxury cruise lines actually does a customized landing page too, which is pretty cool. But with Viking and with Virgin, I can do posts like this is a blog post I put up on MSN, and it's also on my maintripping.com website, and it's done tens of thousands of views over the past several months. And at least once a week we get a lead. Don't convert every single lead, but this content from this and some other posts we have allow us to have a sustained marketing effort without just pouring thousands of dollars into paid ads. And so that's pretty cool, because if you can develop something that's sustained and focus on bringing people to you, that's a lot better than pouring money down the drain. The next phase is really kind of, once you have somebody that goes on the cruise, making them want to come back to you. So this is a picture of two gentlemen who were part of a birthday party cruise that we did. This is at Icy Strait Point, and you can see, I think, Norwegian Encore in the background there. Took this picture, and after the cruise, we kind of said, hey, we had a great time. By the way, here's some pictures we took from the cruise. Look forward to booking with you guys again. By doing those kind of really basic things, you can increase the loyalty. And even, I think, 3 years later, I sent this picture just to make sure that they were okay with the slide. And the primary was like, that was a really fun cruise. I had a lot of great fun on that. We should do it again. Now, I don't know about you, but if a group of 20, 30 people says, yeah, we should do that again, that's awesome. Because that's way better than sending out a bunch of postcards and hoping somebody responds, or standing at a bridal show hoping somebody responds. So by doing the content right, it starts being a lot of fun, and it stops being, work, and you can do more of it. So the tools we use for content marketing, it doesn't need to be dark and scary. You can really distill this slide down to two things: your cell phone and a battery, and a good battery. Now, we use our cell phones as a primary camera. The secondary camera is a 360 camera. You probably noticed some of those weird angles we did. We're hanging off the edge of a cruise ship, wondering how we did that. I've actually had cruise security that's asked me where, to surrender my drone, and I had to tell them that that's not a drone, that's my 360 camera hanging out there off the side of the ship, and they had no idea what a 360 camera is. But as long as it wasn't a drone, they were happy. From a software side of things, there's three things we really use all the time. One is Press Ranger. It is a software as a service website where you can go and build a media list. Super cheap. Like, I used to pay $2,000 a year for some of the things like Muck Rack and whatnot. But I can't do that as a travel advisor. I don't have that kind of budget. Press Ranger does it for, I think it's under 100. I'm not sure the exact number, but there is actually a coupon deal, which is on the Host Agency Week deals page that you can go and check it out. That's also on my my website too. The next one is I use a lot of AI tools. AI tools are really, really good for generating ideas, generating ideation. Never, ever, ever use them without checking the facts. Because you'll find stuff that's broken. But if you have trouble writing, you're like, oh, I'm just not a writer. For emails, I can't do emails. So write down what you think you want to say, or even some of the ones now you can talk to them. Say like, hey, I want to write an email to my clients that loved Alaska last year, and blah, blah, blah. Here's the main points. And then it's going to be able to spit out a pretty darn good email. And then the middle slide there, I have a phone system called OpenPhone that we are in the process of implementing. And the cool thing with OpenPhone is that I can actually do webhooks on our lead form on the websites, so that when somebody fills out the lead form, I can immediately send them a text saying, thank you for contacting us. Here's an ebook about Alaska, or whatever it is. Plus, Heather and I can share the phone, and we can have a log as well as recording the conversations, so that not only are we, not have to worry about somebody calling our personal cell phones at 2 o'clock in the morning, but if a client says, I never said that, we can actually go back and record or review rather the recording and the transcript to find out where the miscommunication happened. And then the other three, it's Canva, CapCut, which unfortunately befell the China axe, and I have no longer access to that. And Snapseed is a great resource that's free that you can put on your phone to edit photos. But realistically, anybody can start just with your cell phone and making sure you always have a battery pack, because you'll blow through your battery real fast if you're taking video and stuff. So once you have your content, there's 3 ways that I really focus on to grow your content reach. The first is for paid media. You know, I know I kind of trashed the value of paid media, but the reality is paid media works really, really well, especially if you have something that already works organically. With Taboola, with the newsletter sponsorships, with podcast paid interviews, you can get in the right places for not a lot of money, especially when you consider the fact that the CPA for most of you guys with travel leads is pretty high anyhow. So, and the margins are pretty high. So you can afford to make no money on your first client, because you know the LTV, long-term value, lifetime value, whatever you want to call it, is going to allow you to make up that over the long term, especially if you have a good program to remarket. The second thing is, you know, public relations and partnerships, whether that's working with your local winery, your local PTA, your local Meals on Wheels organization. Find stuff that you can do to work with them, but also reach out to your local media. I have a PR guy that whenever there's something going on, I send something out. I have an email list that I send out to a variety of different media with my perspective on things. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's really one of the situations where I don't expect that 100 people are going to respond to, here's the Flow Media Marketing, Flow Voyages response to the increase in cruise fares in Cozumel. But I know that over time, if I send good, high quality content to this editor, that when he or she is ready to write an article about us, that he knows a source that he can work with that's going to always be responsive. And you also will get the random posts that sometimes people will pick stuff up. The third thing on there is the web publishing, email, text, and mailing lists. Over 15 years on my man tripping site, going on 5 or 6 years on Cruise West Coast. We've developed, tens of thousands of visits every week. And so that helps with leads, of course, that way. And the same with email, the same with text, and the same with mailing lists. It takes a long time to build up that organic traffic to your websites. So most of you guys probably aren't going to be doing that right off the bat. But you can start with things like Substack. You can start with things like Newsbreak. You can start with things, even just building an email list today. Because you're not worrying about having, 100,000 subscribers. You need those 50, then grow the 50 to 100, then grow that 100 to 200 to 500 that are going to actually care about what you do and want to buy cruises. So taking kind of all together, let's take a look at an imaginary fam trip and kind of how you can use the content on that in a not terribly complex way. So imagine you're on a fam with Virgin Voyages. You had a great noodle bar experience, and you have a client that you know loves noodles. So take a picture and send it to them. Put that up on your Instagram stories and put it up on your Facebook page and ask a question like, who else loves noodle bars? I love hot noodles on a cold Caribbean day. Doesn't really make any sense, but you know what I'm saying. You met a fun couple on the cruise. This is a tip I learned at Cruise World a couple of years ago, because this lady was like, "Oh yeah, I do content marketing all the time." I'm like, "You do not look like the kind of person who would be a content marketing guru." But she said it's really simple. Every time I go to a cruise, every time I go into an event, every time I see a fun person I talk to, I take a selfie with them, tag them on Facebook, and share. And that stuck with me because it is so brilliantly simple that it works just really, really well. So when you go on a cruise, don't be obnoxious. But if you find a fun couple, the fun people that you want to be as a customer, but also as just a fun person that you think other people would identify with, take a picture. get the permission, of course, and then post it on Facebook. And that shows, number one, that there's cool people that look like your target that are on that ship or on that resort, as well as maybe that person just needed a little nudge to remember you when they get back home. Maybe that person can be converted into a client. Otherwise, it's just great content that shows you had a great time on a cruise ship, and other people love to see people having a great time. And then the third thing on there, I took the content and we put it into actually a series of articles about Virgin Voyages. This one particular is talking about taking a mother-daughter bonding cruise. You know, look for some niches that aren't exploited. I mean, everybody's done is Virgin Voyages for swingers? Is Virgin Voyages too adult? Yeah, we get it. It's not Royal Caribbean. It's not Holland America. It's a damn good product. And there's some really fun niches that work really, really well with Virgin Voyages. Mother-daughter bonding is a perfect one. So whatever you do on your trips, kind of look for those opportunities, figure out how you can tell that story, and have fun, make some money. So here's another one. If you take a kind of more resort, and these are obviously two pictures of cruise ship private islands, but pretend they're resorts. So you're at a resort. You've got a client that you know is planning a birthday party. She loves having high-end luxury things and stuff that nobody else is doing. So you have this picture of the villa at Half Moon Cay, and you said, this would be awesome for your birthday party. I know this would be great because it has, I think you could have 15 people or whatever in there, and a private butler and a private hot tub. Send that to that person, because that's gonna provoke a conversation, and they're gonna be really into it. The same way with this is some wine. I took a picture of wine at Villa de Palmar down in Islands of Loreto in Baja, Mexico. Think about your client that loves wine. Send the picture to them, and then talk about the fact they have a great wine list, that they have a great selection of not just European wines and South American wines, but a phenomenal experience with Mexican wines. Have that conversation. Don't necessarily say, you've got to book this cruise, but use this content to sell that experience to them. And then finally, one of the niches that works really well for Heather and I, because she's actually a recreation therapist by trade, is talking about mobility, talking about accessibility, and talking about people with special needs. And so we love taking pictures of handicapped rooms. We love taking pictures and promoting cruise lines that do a really good job with having accessible equipment. And the people who need those pieces of equipment are really, really engaged when you see a brand that cares about them, and it's not just some afterthought. So this is a really nice chair it's a beach chair at MSC Ocean Cay, or Key, whatever it's pronounced. And it's cool because we can tell a client that never gets off the ship, hey, maybe you should consider booking a MSC cruise, because they have this wheelchair that can actually go across the sand, and you can get into the water and you can have a great experience. And that's what the vacation's all about, is helping people have experiences that they don't think they could have, that doing something different than they do every day. I mean, nobody wants to sit, like I'm in Toledo, Ohio, and I also live in Michigan. Nobody wants to sit in Michigan on a February day all the time. Like, we're dreaming of getting down to, even the worst day at Ocean Cay is better than the best winter day here in Toledo, Ohio. And I'm probably going to be punished now. But without measurement, none of that even makes any sense. None of it is going to ever drive sales in anything but coincidences and accidents. So when you do this content, make sure you focus on measurement. It doesn't have to be as detailed. I mean, like back in the corporate days, yeah, we were measuring every single piece of information you could. I mean, we were spending 2 or 3 days every month analyzing stuff. Well, I can more than that, but you don't have to do that. But look at your landing page, look at your newsletter, look at your contacts and bookings. You know, if you have customers who suddenly start saying, you know, I'm interested in a Rhine River Christmas cruise. Okay, well, where did that come from?
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just because we're running a little bit over on schedule,
I'm sorry.
would you mind just wrapping up a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'll pull it through. Like I said, a lot of this detail is on is on my notes and on the ebook as well. But that was actually the last slide anyhow. So like I said, thank you for joining me. Sorry I went a little longer than I expected. I'm very passionate about the subject. Make sure you go to the Host Agency Week Host Week page on Host Agency Review. The deals page has a link to my website, or just go to flowmediamarketing.com and you can see all the good stuff there. So thank you very much, guys. I really appreciated this, and I'm always open for people who have questions. Feel free to just hit me up.
Perfect. I know there's some questions in here in the comments. So if you want to go on and jump on after this and answer them,
Okay.
that'd be awesome. Thanks so much, James. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So we are going to, wow, we have moved into the last day, which is kind of crazy when we think about it. It is Friday afternoon. It is a wrap for Host Week 2025. So go ahead, give yourself a pat on the back, everyone, for making it through Host Week. It is seriously no small feat. And I've been watching the comments, and I know some of you have been here all day, every day. And it has been a joy for us, and I speak for the whole team when I say this. It has been a joy hanging out with all of you. Thank you. Would love for you to mark your calendars for the last full week in January 2026. That's January 26th through the 30th, 2026. That is going to be when the next Host Week is. It is always the last week in January. You can also sign up early by visiting har.news/signup HW 2026, or we will put that link in the comments for everybody. I think it also might even be in the description of the video. So we're going to really quickly pop up a QR code and the website that you can visit to fill out a quick survey for Host Week. It ensures that 2026 is going to be even better than this year. If you need the direct link to the survey, you can go to har.news/HW survey, and that will take you there as well. And a quick reminder that while some of our Host Week specials and deals expire later in February, some may expire at the end of this week or next week. So make sure to check the blog with the deals and the expiration dates so that you don't miss out on anything that you really wanted to. And speaking of missing out, or not wanting to miss out, if you want to get involved with Host Week next year, whether you're an advisor, you want to speak at it, you're a host, a consortia, a supplier, a tech company, whatever it is, drop us a line at hello@hostagencyreviews.com, and we will get you connected to the person you need to be connected to. And then we have one last hurrah before you ride off into the sunset of the weekend. It is time to do our drawings for our giveaways. So you'll have to excuse me because we had a little bit of a tech issue going on in here, and I have to share my screen at the same time I'm doing this. And so I'm multitasking like nobody's fool right here. Let's see. I need to find where we are on the tabs. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do our first giveaway, which is our Chinese New Year's gift card giveaway. 新年快乐. So this gift card is going to, for today, for submitting reviews and asking questions on profile, it goes to Elisa Stong. So congratulations to Elisa. We'll be reaching out to you soon to get your mailing address so we can send that your way. All right, so now what we're going to do, we're going to bring out the companies that were generous enough to donate these amazing giveaways. They're going to tell you a little bit more about what you won and their companies. And then I will come back on and tell you the winner. So we are going to get started with Jordy Levenrad from Travel Republic Africa. And then I will let you know who went after. Hi, Jordy.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Hi, listeners. So happy to be here.
Yes. And then let's go ahead. I think I'm sharing my screen. So Luis, we can pull that up too.
Beautiful. Well, I'm just going to jump in here and tell you guys about the incredible Best of South Africa giveaway that we are going to announce the winners for. It is a 2 people sharing prize giveaway. So the lucky winner will be able to bring their +1. It includes a 4-night stay in Cape Town, South Africa, accommodation for 2 at the New King's Boutique Hotel bed and breakfast. It includes round-trip airport transfers between the hotel and Cape Town International Airport. Next slide, please. And once you're in Cape Town, of those 3 days, you'll be able to choose which day you'd like to do the 3 tours that you're also going to win. It's the Cape Point and Penguin Tour, the Wine Tour, and the Table Mountain and Cape Town City Tour, all of which I've done personally, and they are breathtaking. They will change your life. Next slide, please. Then we will wisp you off for a 2-night stay at the gorgeous Pistana Kruger Lodge, which is located in the Kruger National Park. This also includes accommodation for 2 bed and breakfast and round-trip transfers between the lodge and the nearest airport hotel are also covered. Last slide, please. And once you're on the Safari Lodge, you'll be able to also do some safari game drives. I would absolutely insist that you do these. We also have bushwalks, spa treatments, swimming pools, dining at the Bushe Betu restaurant, bird watching, and golf if you'd like to play some rounds. And then one more slide, please. And then this is just the final screen for anybody that would like to scan my QR code that would take you directly to a chat with us. And that is the presentation. I'm so excited for whoever is lucky enough to win this prize. And I'm going to hand it back over to Steph. Thank you so much.
That is awesome. I am so excited for this as well, Jordy. I'm just going to peek at the comments before we go in here. Oh, there's a lot of love for South Africa and Travel Republic in here. So that's fantastic as well. There should be. This is a very generous prize. Thank you so much, Jordy. And our winner is Stephanie Lee. Just kidding. It is Melanie Nipper. So Melanie with Star Stuff Travel. We will be reaching out and connecting you up with Travel Republic Africa so you can go on this dreamy trip to South Africa. And thank you again, Jordy, for coming on, and Travel Republic Africa for being so generous in your giveaway.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. And next up, we have got Celebrity Cruises, Jessica Mooney. Come on down, Jessica.
Hi, Steph. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us on. I listened in to a lot of the content this week, and it was awesome. You guys are learning a lot, and there's so much to absorb. And, we know it's hard out there when you're first starting, and we want to help you at Celebrity by giving a chance to experience our brand. So as I kind of pop up my screen as well, we have a really great giveaway that we are doing, and that is $1,000 off your cruise fare on almost any Celebrity cruise. So really breaking down that barrier to entry. Knowledge is power, and we definitely want to empower you to experience our brand, which is an absolutely amazing brand within the Royal Caribbean Group family of brands. We are a premium cruise line at Celebrity Cruises. If you're not familiar with us, you can absolutely check out all of our resources on the celebritycommitment.com. We are dedicated to helping you grow your business. We have an amazing sales team throughout the world, but mainly in the US and Canada. We have a huge team dedicated to helping you grow your business and learning more about our brand and getting your name out there with your clients. And of course, the Celebrity Cruises brand as well. So we're super excited, and you can connect directly with me if you are our lucky winner. So we're super excited to have you on board.
Yay! Well, I mentioned this earlier, but I went on a Celebrity cruise to the Galapagos a couple years ago, and it was so fantastic. The ship was amazing. So dreamy.
Amazing. I had the privilege to go there myself as well, and I hope a lot of you out there have the opportunity in the future. It's just an amazing destination.
It is. It's so dreamy, and the ship is beautiful. So, well, this is an amazing giveaway from Celebrity. We are so grateful for you to give this out. There is a lot of people very excited, wanting to win this and wanting to take their first cruise as well, which is exciting. Woo. So let's do our little drum roll. Our winner is Chanel Roper. So Chanel, I don't know if you are in the comments right now, but if you are, Melanie was in the comments. How exciting. Yay. So Chanel, we will put you in touch with Jessica to take advantage of that $1,000 off a cruise fare. We're hoping you go to Galapagos, but no matter where you go for your destination, you're going to have an amazing time with Celebrity. And I know, Jessica, once they get set up with their host agencies and everything, they can easily sign on, learn more about Celebrity and its products through your trainings.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have so many tools and a whole team standing by to help you all.
That's awesome. Thank you so, so much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate you being so generous.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. All right. And our last giveaway for the day. If you guys are like me, I love giveaways. And when I actually have only won one thing in all my years in the travel industry. I just have terrible luck or something. And I get like, my heart starts beating really fast. I'm like, it's me this time. And it never is, but it could be you this time. So let's bring on Veronica DeBlow from Hilton. Let's see.
Hi,
Where
Steph.
is- Hello. I'm trying to find my winner so I have it ready. I don't want to like ruin everybody's mood and not tell them. Okay, go ahead. Tell us about Hilton and what you're giving away.
It's nice to be with you guys. I am giving a 2-night stay at a bunch of different brands that we have. We have 24 brands, so I'll let you pick from a selection of brands of ours if you're the lucky winner. But really the prize, and while you see me at a lot of host agency events, and I do manage Hilton's host agency program, the real prize is our wonderful BDM team. So I wanted to introduce you to them. They are on the screen, this information, and they're regionally based. So if you're in Dallas, you would talk to the Dallas BDM, etc. So wanted to make sure that we even had a team of 5 wonderful BDMs to help you with anything from group leads to connecting with a hotel to a variety of other things, just really to make you more successful when you are trying to sell Hilton. So thanks for your support. So glad to have been included at this wonderful event. And I did shadow some of the sessions this week, Steph and team. You've outdone yourself, and excited to give away a prize so that you could get to experience our properties.
That is so generous. Thank you so much, Veronica. And you will definitely see her face around. She's at a lot of the industry's events repping for Hilton and helping you get to know the many, many properties that they have. I'm sure most people in the audience have stayed at a Hilton before. And if you haven't, you definitely should. So let's go ahead. Oh, we've got a lot of people saying hi to you in the comments. So our winner for the 2-night stay is Tracy Erlinson. So I don't know if I've seen Tracy in the comments. Sometimes it's hard because they have the travel agency names, but congratulations to Tracy. We will be connecting you with Veronica. And for those of you, again, if you are new to travel, you'll be able to sign up once you join your host agency or you get your accreditation. Sign up with Hilton as a travel advisor and be able to take trainings, get your learning on, be able to do bookings within the Hilton portals, as well as being able to book them with the tour operators and things along those lines. So thank you so much, Veronica. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Steph.
Yes. And huge congrats to all of our winners. Again, this is a wrap for Host Week. I wanted to, if we can, I don't know if I told people ahead of this time, so this may not be possible, but if the HAR team is behind the scenes, we can bring them up so everybody can give a little wave to them. If you miss them, though, there is a whole team behind it, Host Week here, even though it's been me and Shayna on the front lines. But we have Luis and Juan that have been behind the scenes doing the producing and making everything magical happen, including those little stars in the background, kind of dimming in and out. It's the small touches, people. So big thank you to Juan and Luis. And then also to the host agency reviews team, we have Shayna, who was helping to co-MC and is our new managing director. You'll be seeing a lot of her. We have Mary Stein, we have Abby Von Goren, and we have Rita Perez, who have all been behind the scenes and so integral to the success of Host Week. And then, of course, we have every single one of you who tuned in to watch Host Week. So thank you. You sent us your cute pics. You hung out with us in the comments. You tapped your feet to the sound of all of our hosts and consortia doing some great karaoke. You watched our music video before we're going to go viral for the HAR team. And Host Week would not have been possible without all of you as well as the team. So from all of us at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us. And we will see you next year for Host Week. Mark your calendar for that last week in January 2026 or RSVP now so you don't forget. So thank you. And for the final time, let's go ahead and play some music to decompress. Have a great weekend, everyone.